Stop it.
Peace.
Stop it.
Peace. Peace. Can you hear now? Good evening. I'd like to welcome you back to another edition of the Foul Playland. As always, I am Sir Foul Player of Brooklyn. On my new channel, Behold, or the retitling of my channel, wanted to talk about some of the political discourse that's happening in America, worldwide, if I get to it. If you guys don't know, and also, too, more importantly, I'll lead off with that. In that, sorry, I was leaving this as an open panel debate. As long, if you're somebody who's not subscribed, just show your face prior to coming on, and you're more than welcome to chop it up with yours truly. Actually, let me put the link out there now. How the hell do I do this? Okay. But again, I mean, if you're not sir, could this is one of my brothers right here. Sir, I could see you as a Fox News anchor. I hope that's because of the looks or being presentable. Or like maybe that I'm sharp looking. Not that I consider any of those people there like necessarily sharp looking. There's some nice broads on Fox New York. Some of the news anchors on Fox New York. Yo, sir, what do you call it? Boxing Scholar? If you want to come through, man, like the link's there for you, my friend. And I wanted to do this show today too for those people that are driving to their hometowns or to see their family on Thanksgiving. I know I used to when I lived in DC, I used to drive up to New York almost every weekend. I had the misfortune of living in DC, but I still had an apartment in Brooklyn, and I was living like in a small ass apartment in DC, and my family was still in Brooklyn, and I would drive back and forth almost every weekend. But he said, but I'll definitely catch you on the next one. Yeah, definitely, man. Like, you're always welcome to come through, and you always let me come through on your channel, which is very gracious of you. But I'm doing this stream too for those people that are driving, or there's no good sports on either today. I mean, like, trying not to talk about sports on my channel any longer, but this is normally like the real driving day, Tuesday and Wednesday before Thanksgiving. And I wanted to pump out some content, but I was fronting up until like this shooting event happened in DC. You guys don't know, 2 soldiers were ambushed by an Afghanistani migrant. He was actually allowed into the country under Joe Biden's program that he had to resettle some people from Afghanistan after that nation fell apart, and we pulled our troops out of that nation. The program, I actually wrote it on my phone. It was called and from what the info that I've seen thus far is the shooter was a 29-year-old who was led into the country under a program during the Joe Biden presidency that was called the Operation Allies Welcome. And he's been here since 2021, September 2021. And from the earliest reports are that the 2 victims, which are 2 National Guard soldiers, are in critical condition. So if you believe in your God, pray to him now, for these soldiers and their families, and hopefully they recover from this. It's also from early reporting that Hey, cats messing with my Christmas tree. Is that the shooter was apprehended? He's now in police custody. Um, they showed him like on a stretcher. He had no clothes on for some reason, or he was in his briefs. I was told that he was shot in the aftermath of him shooting the two soldiers. He was shot by a so. Let me 1 second. My cat's messing with my Christmas tree. Get out. I have a kitten that be doing the most. He's probably gonna come bother me during the stream. But this shooter was apprehended. I believe they're saying that he was shot by a different National Guardsman or another soldier, and that he survived, and he's in custody now. But again, I mean, like, this is a Afghanistani foreign person that's in America for some unknown reason. And just want to talk about it all. Trump gave a statement or responded earlier. He addressed the nation. I'm gonna see if I could pull that up too. He addressed the nation, and he made mention. I mean, or he made. There was a mention actually of interview I saw after the fact of Stephen Miller. Damn, where'd my screen go? Stephen Miller gave a statement saying that, to paraphrase, that they were gonna do checks on all the immigrants that are in this country that came in under the Biden administration, and if they have no use in America, then they're gonna be deported. And he mentioned specifically 20 million migrants that entered under the Joe Biden administration as people that they're now going to be rechecking or revetting and seeing if they could get them out of here. Which, I mean, I don't vote personally. I didn't vote this last election. I didn't even vote for the governor of New Jersey. I don't believe in voting anymore. However, I did want Donald Trump to win this last election, and the main part of that reason was because of his stance on closing the border, one, but also his stance on illegal immigration. Liberals, Democrats, the DNC, whatever have you, they always talk about immigration, and they'll change the subject on you. They'll say something like, "Oh, how could you enforce tell somebody they can't be here when they're on stolen land?" That's a bullshit talking point. And the thing is too that they don't start off with that. Like, they'll try to get into some other semantical debate, and then they'll like end up with that talking point. Well, how could you enforce somebody being here on stolen land? Like, that's a debate for a different time. But at the end of the day, most Americans, whether you're black, white, Hispanic, you don't want more people in here. Like, you don't look at like the prospect of whether letting people in by opening the border like Joe Biden did, or by bringing more people in like in droves. Nobody looks at that as most sane people don't look at that as a promising thing or something to look forward to. I mean, like, if you were to live on any street USA, like, and a bunch of people move in there, like, of any ethnicity, I've never heard people say, "Oh, well," like in an excited fashion, like, "Oh, well, like, some Mongolians moved to my block, and I'm so happy that they moved there," or a bunch of them. You got to be like a real like shit liberal. Like, with shit liberals, like, they tend to lie like in the best of circumstances. Like, they won't. There's no candidness or no candor when it comes to shit liberals. It's just what do they call that? Gaslighting. But most people when you mention or when they'll tell you in with their stories in passing, like, oh, a group of immigrants from name whatever country moved onto my street, they don't say like as if they're happy. Like they're mentioning the fact that these people moved in and it's more people. Most people don't want to be around people in general, especially after COVID. Like people like just don't want to be around other people. Like you don't go to the supermarket and like see people and say, thank God, like, you know, more customers here. Like I'm so happy that there's more people here. Like it gotta be like smoking women or something like that. Like for you to be like, oh, like this, I don't want this place to be empty. But in general terms, take your butt to bed. My brother Michael Johnson, come through, man. If you I put the link out there. But in most circumstances, or most sane people don't want more immigrants on in here. And again, like I mean, like during the Joe Biden presidency, it was a large dose of, you know, a lot of people that probably had regrets of Joe Biden being the presidency or regrets of voting for Joe Biden, who like weren't really candid or weren't really being honest, like with themselves after, you know, like, and saying like things that they didn't agree with as far as policies went, you know, they so like I guess in an effort like to stick it to Trump in a sense, like a lot of people like were just like seeing a lot of these things fall apart, whether that be mandates, whether that be unvetted immigration into the country or mass immigration into the country, whether that be you know, not like going after like or letting the cities fall apart as far as crime goes. You know, like I know a lot of people in New York City, like, you know, especially in the first 3 years of Joe Biden, like they were kind of like would bitch about it in a sense, but like not really attribute it to like politics, you know, or like to liberal politics. It's kind of like liberal politics that enable all of that during these last 4 years. But I'll get what it is, my brother Michael Johnson. How you doing?
Man, I come to mop the floor with you one more time, man. You know, you let me in the door, man. I come to spank you up a little bit. You know,
and there's likely a Biden voter right here. Like I mean, I never asked, but you know, but what do you think? What did I'm sure you heard about the shooting that happened.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. And I don't know if you heard, but it was an Afghanistani national that.
I mean, they don't know. I mean, I'm not putting out what the person is until the article stops saying, like, say it indefinitely what he is. But what he is doesn't matter to me, because something like this was bound to happen. I mean, you put the National Guard out there. The National Guard can't do shit. You know what I'm saying? Only thing they can do is walk the streets and show force. You know, on both sides of this political atmosphere and both sides of this political atmosphere on social media has made it so fucking dysfunctional to where you're going to have more and more nutcases do things like this. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. I mean, right when it happened, what do you have? You got like actors, senators, all kind of people off the rip blaming it on the Democrats. You know, they say, oh, this is six. It's their fault for saying this and the third. And then they find out it might be a Afghanistan guy, and then they start blaming it on all fucking Muslims. So it's kind of like you know, whatever narrative people can push to make a couple dollars on the internet and mind fuck people into believing into and the world is this fucking so fucked up. Well, I would say the United States is just this so fucked up place. You know, it's just crazy. And it's something that Ice-T said. I heard him say in this interview. He said he talked about three powers. One of them was a gun, money, and the power of deception. And the power of deception is a motherfucker, because if you look at social media right now,
Gotta keep
and
the
you look at
profanity, because I don't like try to keep try not to cuss too much if you could, bro.
because you're trying to get them views, so you got the PG-13 on.
I would love to, man.
Oh, yeah. So the power of deception. So if you look at both sides of the political atmosphere, and you look at both sides of the political atmosphere, even on social media, you're gonna see that the power of deception is real. On both sides. And if you're not careful, you're gonna be one of them, following somebody else's tune.
I mean, well, like going back to the actual shooting, the way that I think the reasoning behind why I think the blaming Democrats or liberals on the shooting, in spite of the fact that National Guardsmen are out and about and doing police work, at the end of the day, like when it came
Oh,
to
whoa, they're not doing police work.
well,
They're not.
regardless of whether they're out and about, like whatever they're doing, like they shouldn't be shot at or ambushed. And to say, like, when it comes to attribute the blame to just this shooting, like to somebody politically, I think it's fitting in saying that liberals are more to blame because they're more gun-ho about unvetted immigration or immigration of any variety. And this individual that did the shooting happened to be an immigrant from Afghanistan who was actually let in under the Biden administration. Like, I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, but that's what they're saying. They don't know.
No, they actually said that he was allowed into.
So I have a question though.
Let me finish my point. That he was actually, they said that he was allowed into the country on September 8th, 2021. When Afghanistan fell, they put some Biden enacted this thing called Operation Allies Welcome, and he was one of the people that was allowed into the country. He's a 29-year-old, and they said he came in on September 8th, 2021. But when it comes to immigration, I mean, there's not many Republicans that are like gun-ho about immigration like liberals are. Like, when it comes to like talking about like immigration of any variety, what I find, like, for even when I try to talk about it here on YouTube, you'll see a lot of obfuscation, or like they'll change the subject to say, they probably want like immigrants that work for them on the cheap, which that's a different argument. I'm more along the lines of like, I want less. We have way too many immigrants in the country, like as it stands right now. And with Biden allowing so many in during those last 4 years, it's high time that a lot of these people got to go.
You remember when I told you a long time ago? I told you this a long time ago, bro. Like, if there were sleeper cells in America and stuff like this, like shit would have been popped off. Like, if this dude was part of some sleeper cell, whatever case may be, some shit like that, like it would have been nasty out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and his notion, like, to say that this is all because of liberals, or this is all because of Democrats, or whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't take away from the fact that some individual, based off some ideology or for some reason, he did this heinous act. It doesn't take that away. Like, and I warned people, like, something like this was going to happen anyways, because you put a whole bunch of army people on the street, tensions are high. They don't know if somebody was to shoot, they don't even know where it's going to be coming from. And if somebody was to shoot, they probably still wouldn't know where it came from, because there's too many possibilities when you're walking around the streets. I don't know how to put it, because a lot of people has never done a patrol in a fucking neighborhood and hostile in another country. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if you ever done that, you would know it's like it's very hard to fucking sit there and pinpoint sometimes like where the bullet is coming from. But I told folks this shit was gonna happen, and it came from an American, it could come from an Afghani, it could come from anybody. It's gonna happen again.
But in this case, it happened with the Afghani one.
I understand, but to me, it doesn't matter.
Also, too, I mean, if troops are in the streets, they shouldn't be ambushed. You know, like at the end of the day,
nobody's saying nobody. But that's the thing. Nobody is saying that they should be ambushed. You see what I'm saying? But it's like nobody is saying the dude's motives.
Well, like,
so all you know is the guy. All you know is the guy is from Afghanistan. He came in from a Biden era immigration thing, which he just fucked up for a whole bunch of Afghanis that came over here for a better way of life. Like who the fuck wants to live in Afghanistan when you're on the other spectrum of the political spectrum, or you don't want to be fucking living under somebody's fucking rule the way that they doing? You come over here for a better way of life, and this one fucking idiot fucks it all up for some god reason. Rather than not, he's been a terrorist, he's been a liberal, he's been a Democrat, he's been a Republican, whatever the case may be. Reason why he did it, he just fucked it up for a lot of people that look just like him.
Not to curse, bro.
Oh, my bad. That he just messed it up for a whole bunch of people that came up over here for a better way of life. And that's why I say, like, whatever that stuff is when it came Operation Hope or whatever it's called with Biden, where you come from, to me is irrelevant. What the problem, the thing about it is the relevancy about this is why he did it. Who else is involved? Where like there's somebody is it from a mosque? Is it from some people on social media? You know what I'm saying? That's the things. That's the relevant part of it.
Yeah, but as far as policy goes, like sticking like only on the question or the topic of immigration, like it's very well known that Democrats and liberals, especially under the Biden administration, they didn't even want to talk about the immigration that was happening at the southern border. And I remember we talked about.
No, they did. They did. They did. They had major arguments.
They talked about it
on the House and Senate floor why this stuff was going on, bro.
Well, they talked about it late into the administration, but if you looked at the media during
whose administration?
In Biden's administration.
No, they talked about that for
deep game though. There were a lot of people in the media on YouTube in politics that would make it seem that what was happening at the border, which was unvetted migration into America, wasn't happening. They were saying that was a conspiracy theory, in spite of the fact that there was video footage of tons of immigrants coming in at Eagle Pass, Texas, at the border. You know, they were making it seem as if, you know, it wasn't a big issue. And the reports are that up more than 20 million immigrants came in during that time. They didn't really.
I don't think it was 20 million, bro, but yeah, okay.
Regardless, I mean, like that's the number that's being thrown out there. But but liberals in general, like, were making it seem as if it wasn't an issue at all, up until like late into the Biden administration. Like, you know, they really didn't want to address the border. But in spite of that, though, like, I mean, I don't see many non-liberals, you know, complaining about ICE, complaining about troops on the streets, you know, and these are all like efforts in one way or another. Like, I mean, whether it be the troops on the streets in DC, they were put out there in an effort to curb crime in DC and to assist with government operations, one of them being ICE. But, you know, liberals are constantly riffing about ICE and, you know, like how inhumane that is, you know, where most Americans voted for that. Most Americans voted for mass deportation.
That is disgusting.
And you don't see that on both, you know, that, like, I don't see one Democrat saying, you know, like, well, ICE is doing a good thing. You know, the liberals adopting that issue, like of basically act like immigration doesn't exist. You know, and it's not like a both sides of the political coin argument in that sense. You know, I think that right now in the country, I mean, like, you know, it's whether you want to retain the immigrants that are here and bring in more immigrants, like a lot of liberals are intending on doing, or be on the conservative side of this debate and say that they want a lot of these immigrants out of here. Like, I'm more of the latter. I want more immigrants. If I have one complaint about the Trump administration, it's the fact that they haven't gotten more immigrants out of here. They got to get these people out of here in a really rapid fashion. I mean, and today is just one of the indications of what we got in this country. I mean, like, in spite of these, you know, these people supposedly evading like what they got going on in their country. I mean, like, America is in dire straits as is, especially for.
No, we not.
I mean, like, most Americans. I mean, like, there were Americans that when I was going to the supermarket a couple weeks ago that were complaining about starvation, you know, because SNAP wasn't hitting, you know. So I mean, like, we have a lot of problems here, like, and I don't think that we're in a position
I wonder whose fault was that.
to help other people with from other countries with their problems. You know, it's basically saying that, you know, black people and so-called minorities in this country are Gucci, you know, like they don't have, you know, like, we could be breaking off other people, like, you know, and bringing them into this country. And it's bad too, because the so-called minorities of America are almost like the mascots at times, or the ones that get the most pissed off when I talk about these immigrants having to go, you know. And these immigrants don't have love for like the so-called minorities
Well,
that were here already either.
well, I don't. Well, because you spit on a lot of stuff, but I don't think. I don't. I just put it to you like this. Let me get this cup sucking. You know, I quit smoking, but I got to do this now to get my fix. God damn it! Hold up. I'm just like this, bro. Like, with the immigration thing, what I've seen. So when Biden was running, that was one of the things that Republicans were saying that would be all fucked up. Now, oh, sorry. That's why I take the child thing off my thing. Like, I don't off my videos when I make lives and stuff, unless it's a specific video. So yeah, whatever how you want to run your channel. But immigration, right? So there is a messed up thing that ICE is doing. So, you know, they pretty much, you know, could walk around like Judge Dredd. You know what I'm saying? The way that they snatching people up, the way that they pulling their guns out, the way that they pepper spraying random people that's not being violent or anything, just being loud, running their mouth. You know what I'm saying? The way that they ran up in that one apartment complex and stuff like that, and having people, American citizens, in their underwear outside. Like, some of that stuff they doing is uncivilized, and it seems like they could get way more. It seemed like with this immigration stuff, when I was in Iraq, if I did anything like that, I would be in the brig. I would be in the brig. And that's this type of stuff that most Democrats are talking about. They're not talking about going out there and getting the people. It's them holding people accountable for the way that they're doing. Because whether or not you're an American citizen or not, parts of the Constitution still holds truth to you. Because it says people. It doesn't say American citizens. A lot of the time in there, if you catch it. And that's the problem with both sides of the aisle, with Democrats and Republicans. Whether or not it's an immigration issue, whether or not it's a it's a home loan issue, whether or not it's a tax issue. Everybody seems to want to circumvent what is right and wrong when it benefits them. And this is what happens, whether or not it's immigration laws or not. That's why you see all these injunctions on this dude, because he know whatever he does, if nobody checks him, he's going to keep on doing it. And if nobody stops him and puts the judges in front of him, then it is what it is. And if people can't see that, I don't know what to tell them, because that's what he does. And that's what they see with. One more thing, and Democrats were talking about the border issue in the beginning of Biden's presidency, all the way to the end. Yes, they were. All the way to the end. Huh?
What were they saying?
They were talking about it, dude. They were talking about on a house in the Senate floor the whole time. Where were you at?
What were they saying?
They were arguing about one of the things they were arguing about, getting funds to actually hire more people to combat the border. That was one of the issues, and that was shut down. Another issue that was brought up by Democrats was how Governor Abbott of Texas, who didn't do anything to stop the immigration, but Governor Abbott laughed at the fact that he was going to send all them immigrants to sanctuary cities, and he said, let's see how they laugh after that. That's what he said. And guess where they sent them? They sent them to when they send them to them cities, they send them to the neighborhoods that you grew up in, where you from, and where I'm from. They don't send them to the suburbs. They don't send them to the rural areas. They send them right around with people like me and you back in the days where we grew up.
So that's why I'm against all this immigration, because
but who sent them?
Well, hold on. At
who
the end
sent
of the day,
the
Biden administration. The Biden administration. Hold on.
No, Biden didn't send them.
You're getting emotional, Michael. Take it easy.
No, I'm laughing at you, baby. I'm laughing. Who sent them? Who sent them to your hood?
Hold on, Michael. Take it easy. They went into the state of Texas because of Biden's open border. Who opened the border?
No. That's not what I said. I said, who sent them to your hood?
Who opened the border, though?
Nah, son. We all know who opened the border.
Who?
You know what I'm saying? But who sent them to your hood, son?
Who
sent
the
them?
Border, though?
We all know who opened up the border. It was the Democrats.
No, let us know.
It was the Democrats. But who sent them?
Exactly.
Who sent them to your hood?
I mean, the governor of Texas knew that it was a problem that he was either going to have to stay in Texas.
And guess who? And all the Republicans agreed, and they helped them with that shit. They didn't stop that shit.
No,
the Republicans sent them to your hood. They sent them to your neighborhood where you grew up in and turned into shit. Yeah.
See, that's the problem, though, man. With a lot of liberal defenders, is that you'll get these little talking points and run with them, and not look at these issues from. What
do you mean not looking at these? Man, you've been looking at these issues for a very long time. What do you mean? I ain't been looking at these issues. At least I can say who messed up the border, but you can't say who sent them to your hood.
The governor of Texas. But listen, if I was the governor of Texas, I would have a choice of either A, keeping them in Texas, which I don't want them there, or B, sending them elsewhere. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, but they chose exactly where to send them. Like the part of town.
States.
I'm not just talking about the city. They found a part of town to send these cats. Every part of town that they sent them to is the part of town where, just like places where me and you grew up at.
Yeah, but
for some odd reason, you couldn't send these cats nowhere else.
Hold on. California did that. New York did that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that wasn't the
No.
Hold on.
No.
The governor of Texas.
How did they do that when this dude dropped them off?
I'm sorry?
How did California and New York do that when the dude is the one who dropped them off?
So what should he have done?
What should he have done? He should have put them somewhere far away from everybody else.
In what state?
It could be in his state. It could be in Colorado.
He don't want them in
It
his
could have
state.
been New Mexico.
He don't
It
want
could
them
have
in his
been.
state.
It could have been anywhere else.
No, well, the thing is that the people in New York put them in the hoods in New York. The people in California put them in the hoods of California. The people in Illinois put them in the hoods of Chicago. You know, after they got dumped off to those states, that's on the states. And
Nah.
in those respective states, like California, like
That's your boy, man. Them your peoples.
like Illinois,
Them
they're
your
the ones
people.
that and like not only one accepted them there, but two put them in the hood. And now under a Trump administration, they're the main ones riffing.
Them your peoples, like Eric Adams. Them your
They're the main
people.
ones riffing. Hold on. They're the main ones riffing about keeping those immigrants and crying about ICE operations.
I mean, at this point, why not even keep them? I mean, wouldn't that be the Christian thing to do?
We're not talking about a Christian thing to do. We're talking about.
I mean, the Republicans always are.
We talk about it's whether we keep them here or we send them back. Most people in America that voted for Trump are voted in an effort to send immigrants back to where they came from, including myself. I mean, and I didn't vote for Trump. I mean, I didn't vote at all.
I'm all for sending. I'm all for sending some of them back, but some people they can stay. Everybody ain't got to go, but I would look and say, yeah, if your ass just came up over here and you was gang affiliated here. I mean, over there, then you come over here, then you gang affiliated here. Your second chance is gone.
See, but you talk about 20 million that came only in the Biden administration. We already had an immigration problem.
I don't think there was 20 million.
Well, that's what the number they're alleging to. But regardless of what the number is,
how do you even document 20 million people coming across?
That's their count. I mean, I'm like, if you like, that's a separate debate. But I
gotta look at where you get the number from, because I don't believe 20 million people came in 4 years.
Miller, a couple minutes ago, gave a briefing, and he said,
I don't care what Stephen Miller said. There's a lot of shit this administration say, and it be fucking off.
Yeah, but I mean, you could also say that about liberals too, that they lie a bunch. And I mean, like, you know, but listen, at the end of the day, they're saying 20 million came in under the Biden administration. But also, before the Biden administration, America already had an immigration problem. You know,
I don't think we had it. We didn't. I would say this: we didn't have. I don't think we had a immigration problem. I think the problem that we had was that you got all these empty towns with nobody in them. You got all these other small towns. You got all these other places that you could put these people and stuff like that. And I don't think that's
talking point though. Like we don't.
No, I'm not talking about. See, that's the thing. See, you know the difference between me and you. I can really care less on what a Democrat, liberal, right, left. I can really care less on what that is. Because
against
I'm gonna tell you why. And the reason why I can care less on what that is, because I am who I am, and I'm not going to sit here and put somebody in the category on what side they own, because at this stance they have this political, they say this, but with this stance, this is how they believe with that stance. Because everybody's not going to be cut and dry.
But in the context of like this conversation that we're having today, you're only defending liberal talking points.
No, I didn't.
Like the treatment of ICE and like how they operated. Making a far off argument in terms of like filling up empty town, you know, like, or like replacing immigrants. Like, you know, I want immigrants out of here. I don't say I want every immigrant out of here, but I want a lot of them out of here.
But you see what I said? I said that some can stay, but then the ones that ain't, you know, obviously they had their second chance here and they fuck up, they got to go.
Try not to.
I didn't say all got to stay. I didn't say everything that the ICE been doing is messed up. I said what the Democrats are talking about on what was messed up about how they do it. I didn't say everything that they do is messed up.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I mean, like when you look at who's riffing about ICE, I mean, it's usually liberals that are riffing about ICE, you know, like, or hyperventilating about the troops in the streets and Ultimately, if what would you think would be an appropriate number if, for instance, 20 million did come into the country during that time? What do you think would be an appropriate number of people that should be sent back, just based on numbers, not based on classification or whether there's some sort of recidivist action as far as criminality goes? What do you think would be an appropriate number if 20 million came into the Biden administration to be shipped back?
I don't know what would be the appropriate number, because
You think half?
hold up. I'm gonna give you my answer. Because at the end of the day, I said hold up, because I don't know what the appropriate number would be, and I'm gonna give you my answer on why I say that. Because at the end of the day, I look at it from the perspective on what other people would do. You see what I'm saying? Respectable people from the past would do and say about immigration.
Hold on,
and
Michael.
about
Michael, though, you're dealing with today's standard and like what's happened.
I don't care about today's standard.
No, well,
that's
like,
the thing.
listen,
I don't care about. I don't care about nobody else.
I think it, because I like it. I think it's gonna be a what do you call that? A filibustery like type of answer.
It's not a filibuster, dude. It's not a filibuster.
But no, what I'm telling you is that the Biden immigration crisis that happened under his administration is the worst that's ever happened in America.
Okay.
Regardless of
whether you probably not the worst. You know,
believe it. Hold on. Whether you believe the 20 million number or not, it's the worst crisis of people entering into the country, unvetted, especially that we've.
I mean, of America, but not of this land.
No, of America.
Yeah. So yeah, but not of this land.
But having said that, though, like we can, it's hard to like revert to like what's happened in the past to deal with.
No, I'm not. But dude, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. And I don't care about. This is how I think. You know what I'm saying? This is how I think. This is not how you think. This is from my perspective. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm not trying to be no Brother Teresa or anything like that. But at the end of the day, it's kind of like, you know, if Jesus was to come back tomorrow, if he was a religious person, what would he say about you?
That I'm defending the land in which I live in, or that I'm looking out for the best interest of the people that are around me.
But is that what he? But see, that's what I'm saying. Is that what he really said?
But Jesus not dealing.
But how are you defending the people? How do you defend? You see what I'm saying?
Not like with the problem. I am.
Yeah.
You know, I don't.
But you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? He's not dealing with the problem, but I am. Okay.
But Jesus not dealing with this problem. We, you and I are gonna have to deal with it at some point or other. Whether you're in the perspective of just keep them here, I mean, like, you know, I don't know, but I'm along the lines very clear in that I want most of them gone.
Okay.
They don't like, and at the end of, and you know, with we already have problems in this country as far as the COVID crisis. Like these people were pushing mandates. At the same time, they're opening the border and letting people in that they're not checking medically. And, you know, at a time where there's a housing crisis, supposedly, which there is a housing crisis, they're putting more people into the country and it's exacerbating a housing crisis.
There's always been a housing crisis, bro.
Pardon me?
You know, there's always been a housing.
I'm sorry?
There's always been a housing thing, you know, whether or not it's COVID, one reason after another, they figure out a way to raise the interest rates, lower the interest rates, whatever they do with that is what they do with that. They always come up with a cockamamie excuse to manipulate the market for the benefit of the rich and not the poor. So it's kind of like,
but more people in America doesn't help that problem, is what I'm saying. Like more people in America
doesn't help that problem. But at the same time, is how within 4 years they able to, you know, root themselves, get a job, get a bank account, get credit, and buy a house.
that won't lower the prices of houses for
No, I'm
you.
just asking. I'm just
Or
asking.
for a young American, it won't lower the price of a house.
How many of them were able to do that within 4 years? Come over here within
No.
4 years. Within 4 years, you're able to get roots in this country, get a job, have enough money saved up in the bank account to buy a house, have enough credit, have enough good enough credit score, 720 and above. You just got to
No
bank.
idea.
How many of them were able to go out there and buy a house?
What are you alluding to, though? Or what point are you trying to make?
My point is, how do they really affect the housing market? I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out. Like, are they saying they affect the housing market because of Section 8?
No, I'll give you an answer based on where I live and like in my area or in New York too. What started happening is that a lot of these banks started buying these houses, and they knew like that it was going to be a hard sell to try to sell them to individuals. So they started buying these houses to rent them out to new entrants into the country for the most part. You know, like which a lot like if they charge these exorbitant rent amounts now. In Brooklyn, I mean, like most of the housing got bought up during the Biden administration was either A, housing migrants, or B, rented to, or rented to migrants. So I mean, they're gonna have a market to rent it out to because there's more and more people coming into the country. You know, they don't necessarily have to sell the house to somebody coming into the country, but they're always gonna have a market to rent the house out to somebody who's coming into the country. They could just cram a bunch of people in.
Okay.
And, you know, and I can't, and a liberal answer would be, oh, well, you know, try to go after these banking corporations. I mean, and I understand that notion, but ultimately, when the problem of having a bunch of people in here who weren't in here pour into the country, it's going to give me a more immediate problem to contend with. I mean, not just their housing.
I mean, I don't think going after the banking industry, you know, for that it's a liberal thing. I mean, that flat out there in itself shows you that the person that's benefiting from the interest rates is the bank, and the person that's getting money, that's probably buying the house through either through the bank or through a sub company paying themselves, is probably triple double dipping. And then they have the state paying them funds for that person to live there, pay their rent. Because obviously, how you gonna rent to somebody and they don't even have a social? They even do a background check.
In Illinois right now, like they need 330 million, I believe, to operate programs that Trump ain't funding anymore, which is basically like to house, feed immigrants. You know, and that's
that, right?
pardon
The
me?
house feed. Hold up. Imagine that. You can give all that money to them other countries, right? Hold up. You can give all this money to these other countries, right? But to stop individuals from feeding into the negativity around them, to try to cut corners to make ends meet, you don't help them to get a better way of life so they can get on their feet.
This is for immigrant programs specifically.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, but the Trump administration is along the lines of wanting them gone. Like they don't want to like try to feed, or they rather them leave.
Yeah, but how heartless is that?
Doesn't matter. Like I mean, I'm 100% with it.
No, but is that heartless?
Not to me, it's not.
Why is it not heartless to say that somebody come knock on your door and you got something that can help them out? You ain't got to let them in, but you got some food or something, and you don't even give it to them.
I said food, housing.
No, I'm just saying, like somebody come knock on your door. How heartless is that? Like these kids out there, the kids that come with them,
I wouldn't even open the door for them, Michael. That's what I'm saying.
You ain't gonna. So you saying it's like don't give them nothing, cut them off?
I wouldn't open the door in the first place. I wouldn't open the door of
Around
the
all of them,
border.
no,
I
it's a
wouldn't open the door
metaphor.
of my home.
It's not you opening the door. It's just that you the head honcho, and you see all these people out here starving. They coming up over here to this country anyways because we help mess they shit up. I mean, they stuff up. So we mess they stuff up, and then when they try to come here, because we tried to help them out and their country out, make good diplomatic relations. It's not just Trump that did it. It's Biden that did it. It's the rest of a lot of them that didn't help. You know what I'm saying? This is what we get.
So you
know
think
what I'm saying? It's just like France getting mad. It's just like you living in France and you get mad at the illegal immigration about the immigrants coming to your country, but the immigrants that's coming to your country, you're the one who messed their whole country up.
No, but that's not fair to the individual that lives there. Like for somebody like myself or yourself who already lives
It's
here.
not fair to the people country you messed up too.
I didn't mess up their country.
Well,
did you mess up their country? I didn't
we as a whole, U.S.
No, I mean I don't think that the U.S. citizenry like has to take on the burden of the citizens of Venezuela or some other foreign lands because of some geopolitical stuff that happened in those lands. I mean, if anything, like let the men of those countries fix their country. Like we shouldn't be taking them on. And ultimately, too, I mean, like at the end of the day, most of these immigrants that are come, especially in New York. I mean, I lived in Europe as well, and I had the misfortune of seeing like unvetted immigration into France and how it completely screwed up France in the early 2000s. And a lot of those cats were largely Arab and African. And when they would get to France, like they were just chilling, like they wouldn't do anything all day, like they were just languishing around. And men languishing around, having nothing to do all day, is a recipe for disaster. And now I'm seeing the same thing happening that I saw in France in 2004, 2003, happening in New York City or in Sunset Park.
They can't get a job. That's hot. They can't. Nobody want to give them a job.
So they could go home then. Whatever it takes to like have these people in the best scenario, like what I would like in the ideal scenario, I think that these people leaving on their own merit, even if they got to pay them $2,000, like for a ticket and some booster money for they get back home, like if they self-deport, that'd be the best solution. Like like I don't want to hear like liberals crying about like how ICE has some sort of bad PR moment in arresting some dude like that's happens to be crying. Like at the end of the day, I think the best solution, even if they had to bite the bullet and pay some of these people to leave, is that these people left on their own merit. We don't need them in America at all. Like
okay,
like we don't need their cheap labor. We don't need
that
more.
We do.
No, I mean like that's a debate. Like that's
it's another debate.
We already had enough of immigrants pre-Biden, and we already had an immigration problem pre-Biden. And now we have a disaster that Biden created, and there's really no way to get them out right now, if 20 million came in under the Biden administration, they've either deported or self-deported about 1 million people under the Trump administration. And look at how much bad PR it's brought. Like people crying about ICE constantly, people crying about the National Guard. So like imagine getting out 20 million to 30 million people. It's gonna you're gonna have a radicalized liberal army, like which already liberals are more radicalized and more prone to doing violence, especially on the issues that we're talking about now.
That's not true.
Liberals are 100% more prone to doing violence, political violence, than conservatives are. Especially recently. That's not even
especially recently.
Absolutely, especially recently.
That's not true. I don't think that's true.
But no, let me finish my point though. But if we have a ton of like bad PR by people constantly crying about like how ICE mistreated some Latin dude like in the process of getting him out of the country. Imagine having to do that 20 times over when again like they've only deported 1 million and they still need to, if they deported the people that came in the Biden administration alone, it's 20 million. So imagine 20 times like what we've already done. It's going to be a disaster. But, and also going and like, and I'll let you speak, but I'll restate my point in that liberal violence, especially when it comes to these issues, like you have liberals attacking ICE agents, you have liberals like that enable mass immigration into America, and you have instances like today where an immigrant from Afghanistan shot at two National Guardsmen or shot two National Guardsmen.
But you don't know if he a liberal or not, bro.
But he's an immigrant, which liberals want more of into this.
No. But that's not. But you don't know if he is a liberal.
It doesn't matter. But liberals want.
No, it does, because you said liberals are the ones causing. So you're saying liberals
want any sort of immigration.
Dog, that's not how it works, bro.
Liberals are against any sort of immigration enforcement.
That's not how it goes, bro. That's not how it goes. You don't even know, but you don't even know his motive behind it.
No, I'm not talking about his motive. I'm talking about the fact that he's an immigrant living in America. If, for instance, there's a case of that person that shot those soldiers today getting deported by ICE, you think that a liberal won't riff about him getting deported pre this shooting? Of course they would.
No, I don't think they will say anything about him getting deported.
No. I'm saying, and just on the basis that he's an immigrant, if they were a question of deporting him last week, let's say, liberals would be the first ones lining up and saying like that, regardless of his history, whether he's insane, whether he's a criminal, that deporting him would be a travesty.
Yeah, it would have, because he didn't commit a crime and he was under legal status, right?
That's what I'm saying, though.
No, but you can't. So now you're saying that all immigrants under a legal status should get deported because of the simple fact that they might do something.
No, I'm not saying because they might do something. I'm be saying that they don't belong here and they should go. Like,
well,
I think
they do belong here because they have a legal status.
What do you mean legal status?
He was under a Biden program, right?
That's true.
So he was legal, right? I'm just asking. I ain't read the article, but he was legal, right?
In that case, yeah. I mean, but at the end of the day, whether they're like on the program, whether they came in through the border, whether they snuck in, like, I think that more of them need to go, is what I'm saying. I think most conservatives feel that way as well.
But you're talking about the people that snuck in should go.
I think that far more people should go. I don't like.
Okay.
Far more people should be deported. And I also know that it's going to be incredibly hard to do so because of radicalized liberals. Radicalized liberals either A, want to keep them here under any circumstance. When you look at like the Maryland father, the Maryland man, MS-13 gang leader, you know, like they were riffing about deporting him. That's just one individual. You know, I mean, liberals take the stance of defending any sort of immigrant, you know.
But that's a whole nother argument. You're talking about the dude with the MS-13 supposedly on his knuckles.
That's correct.
That's a whole nother debacle, because
no. But what I'm saying is that liberals are against deporting any immigrant.
I don't think that they're against deporting any immigrant. I think that they're
deporting most.
Can I finish? I think most of it is doing it the legal way. You see what I'm saying? So you have a whole bunch of lawmakers out there, right? And obviously, somewhere around the line, somebody is not doing it the legal way. They just doing it under the mask of saying this is what the American people wanted. And that's not how this country is ran. This country is ran by a set rules and laws. And if you watch the House floor and you watch the Senate floor, the Democrats, because if you think about it, you know, they are the majority of the ones that are opposed to kicking people out of the country, right?
That's correct.
Right? And from all the arguments, a lot of the arguments that I heard on the Democratic side, whether it's Moskowitz, Raskin, a couple of other folks, it's all about the legality of it all, and not just doing what you want to do because you can. So so that dude with the MS-13 on his head, so allegedly, because I don't even know if it's there. The Republicans came out and said that he will be deported. He ain't coming back. This and the third. And for some odd reason, he's back. And for some odd reason, he's not even in jail. So somewhere around the line, somebody wasn't following the law. You see what I'm saying? So that's where a lot of the notions come from. You know what I'm saying? What? And the precursor to all this was as if the Democrats, if some of those guys was honest and didn't just do what both sides normally do, and just stick with one side and vote for one side. If they would have came out and said, wait a minute, there would be a better way for us to go about fixing this border issue without having to allow all these people in and not piss the whole goddamn country off. You see what I'm saying? So you know it's a problem that we're gonna have to we're dealing with, and whether or not you feel affected by it, you're not affected by it. I mean, this is the times that we're living in right now, bro. But I'm not in favor of kicking everybody out because I'm going with the moral side of it. You see what I'm saying? But also that if you are here illegally, I mean, if they catch you, I'm not gonna be like, oh nah, let so and so stay. But if you're here, legally, you shouldn't have to get stopped on the street and have to show your papers and all that shit, because the Constitution says there is no such thing as stop and frisk. There is no stop.
Yeah, but ultimately, Michael, I think that is not being grasped is that with the border being open under the Biden administration and allowing so many people in, at the end of the day, to get all of these people out, you got to crack a few eggs. So if a legal person's rights supposedly are not or frisking somebody who you suspect to be illegal, I mean, like, we have a mass, like, the biggest problem that this country's ever faced is this illegal immigration that happened unvetted under the Biden administration. So that problem, if certain people got to get frisked, or if you got to clear out a building, like, in order to find an immigrant, that's tough. That but that's it shouldn't stop America or ICE or the president from enacting what he wants to enact, especially when it comes to deporting these illegals that have entered the country.
You want to hear something funny? A lot of them did come over here under some type of status, because remember they had the app, and that was one of the talking points on the House and the Senate floor, was that app. I forget what it was called.
They granted them amnesty by way of swiping an app, pretty much.
Yeah, but still at the same time is once you file paperwork with immigration when you over here, like, they'll send you a letter back, and I want to say 75% of the time you're under a legal status to be here.
Yes, though, Mike.
I'm gonna tell you how I know. I'm gonna tell you how I know.
No, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that Biden doing that was the problem. That Biden doing that,
but that's
Biden wasn't.
The thing is, like,
that's
you think a lot of these. Do you think a lot of these, whether or not you Trump or Biden, Barack Obama, Bush, Clinton, you think a lot of them like make all these decisions just on their own?
Stay on the subject though, Michael, because we
No,
gotta,
I'm
we gotta
staying
hone
on
in
the subject. I'm staying on the subject.
all
I'm
right.
telling you that you keep saying Biden this and liberals that, but at the end of the day, it's like these cats none of these cats know what the hell they're doing. In my opinion.
That's flat out. I mean, I could agree with you there in that Biden didn't know what he was doing. I mean, because this is a disaster that he sprung on us.
No, I'm saying everybody in politics don't know what they're doing.
Like, I'm honing in on just the immigration issue. Trump didn't have the game messed up when it came to the immigration issue. Biden did it, and the liberals did.
Okay.
Trump didn't have the game messed up when it came to the immigration issue. Today, the liberals do. The liberals are opposed to sending away any sort of immigrant, and we have way too many immigrants to be going and questioning whether their rights are being violated. I don't see ICE doing anything so disproportionately or so over the top. Dub, if you want to come through, if you could just, I'm not going to show your face before you come on, but I just want to make sure, you're dressed or like that you're a real individual, and I'll let you come through and speak your piece. Actually, I'll let you but you're backstage right now. I just want to make sure that you're because I don't want to get the channel nuked. I've had people flash me and whatnot, or show themselves in inappropriate all right. Dub, you're on the panel. Michael, we have another guest that came through.
No, I see him. I heard you.
His name is Dub. Dub, how you doing and where you from?
Pretty good. I'm from Cali, SF Bay area.
San Francisco?
Yeah, near there. Yeah.
Oh, nice. So I'm gonna give you the floor for a minute, Dub, because you left some riveting comments. Let us know what you think, and I'll mute myself.
Well, I mean, I was going to type into the chat because I had a question I can't see the other person's name. Mike Johnson, is that right?
I'm the only one on here. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, I can't see it because it's a little bit smaller because he has the screen proportioned, whatever. But yeah, okay. So there you go. All right, I can see it now. So Mike, so if you don't think that anyone knows kind of what they're doing, my question, I guess, is what's the solution? Because I think that the direction that Trump is going in, at least right now, seems to be a very good step with basically starting to snuff out Minnesota, bring the troops into places like Portland, which have been ravished for the last however 15 years. Even the Texas governor Abbott, right, trying to lay down the law in terms of Sharia. Some things are starting to go in the direction that I agree with. But if you don't agree that they're doing a good job, then I mean, what's the solution to having so many people just go through our borders like it's leaking like a sieve? You know what I'm saying? What do you think the solution is?
Oh, so when I said I don't think that neither side knows what they're doing, it wasn't just based off of one issue. So it wasn't just based off of the immigration issue. But if you ask me on
that's too it's too much of a blanket of a statement at that point because you can't argue with that. Anyone's going to be like,
I'm gonna answer your question.
Given issue, this, that, the other one. You know?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna answer your question. So I don't know what they should do, but this is what I would do, right? I would go after all the real criminals first, not the people that just came over here illegally, right? Go after all the criminals first, right? Because a lot of the things that were said, when Trump was running was that the gang members, get rid of them. And they incited getting rid of the gang members. They incited people that, get rid of these gang members and stuff like that. And that's what, you put fuel on the fire. You know what I'm saying? The fuel is the influx of the people. And then the problem is the influx of people. And then you throw fuel on that, which is the real criminals that came over, the terrorists that came through the border, the sleeper cells. A lot of people were talking about, right? Getting rid of those people first, not going up into the courthouse, not going into the schools, not going into these farmlands, not not going into these job sites, but getting these criminals out first. You know what I'm saying? Catch them on the street, yeah. By God all means, if you catch somebody illegal that's illegal on the streets, by all means, grab them up.
Okay, but so don't you believe that some of these people who, let's say, they're illegal and now they're caught up in the drug trade because they couldn't get a job anywhere, they felt like that was their last resort, and to me that's a little bit of sense, although it's unfortunate that people get trapped in that.
I mean, that's
I
going
don't know
to
if you can still
happen.
hear me. Am I
That
cutting out?
happens in every culture. It's like it happens in every culture when it comes to immigration, whether or not it's drugs or white collar crimes, blue collar crimes.
Right, but
That happens with all
let me
types
try
of
to finish.
immigration.
Let me try to finish
But
my
that's a long
point, though.
time.
My point is that if someone's here illegally, they are in fact just for the fact that they are here, they already broke the law. All of them need
Yeah,
to leave. They just need to.
I didn't.
And
I
if they
didn't.
check in with the appropriate authorities and they get shipped back, you have a chance of coming back. But if we have to go find you, you should have no chance whatsoever of coming back. Either that or we can lock you up in a huge jail complex somewhere and you can dig ditches for us, go find us some more gold, something, contribute. We'll give you peanut butter and jelly sandwiches because you didn't want to turn yourself in. You just wanted to be a criminal. Let's face it, they are criminals,
I didn't. I
It's
didn't.
just,
I didn't say. I didn't say that they weren't criminals. I said go after the hard criminals that you said you were going to go after. Not those
but
people that just
those are
came up.
just, and what I'm trying,
No,
but
no, no, no,
what
no,
I'm
no.
trying to say is,
Hold on,
Okay.
Mike.
okay, go ahead.
Nah, go ahead,
Go ahead.
Dub. Finish your point.
But what I'm trying to say is there I don't even think you're catching the hard criminals. Those people are already established here. Now you've just found a bunch of mules to run their drugs, and we're just going after the small time people instead of actually hitting the big folks. Because big folks, all the rest of the dominoes easily. You know what I'm saying?
You was breaking up. So, but
Yeah,
I mean,
the last part of what you broke up, what you said, broke up, Dub. But also too, like, and to Dub's point though, Mike, in that I understand what you're saying about going after hard criminals first, which I'd be cool with that. I mean, but at the end of the day, like if they catch these people up in the court system and they get them out because they have a case over anything, like a driving infraction, and they take them for a driving infraction, I'm with it. If they pull somebody over and they happen to find that he's an illegal immigrant and they deport him for that reason, I'm with it too. And that's more based off the problem that we have now, which is catastrophic. Like, especially what happened under Biden, allowing so many immigrants into the country. Whatever way they got to get them out, I'm almost cool with any fashion. But what they've done thus far, like getting people when they go for these court cases, or if they committed some minor crime, deporting them for that, like I'm cool with that. And that's what you see liberals crying about, like, well, because they didn't do it. Like they'll just pick out a small facet of like the fact that it looks bad when they have somebody on the ground putting cuffs on them, and they'll make it seem like ICE is like some Gestapo element.
Behold, let me try to get, because part of my point cut off right there. So let me just try to reiterate it quickly. So if you're only going after these illegals who are doing drugs because they put in an unfortunate situation where they can't really live, given that maybe they can't afford rent, whatever it may be, and then all of a sudden they find themselves in the drug game. So you're just arresting the small players. The big players in that game are well established, and they will not be taken down by arresting these pawns in the game, right? So, I mean, in essence, you're just chasing your own tail at that point. It's not really helping. Just deport all of them. Tell them if they come in and they turn themselves in, we will try to assist them in filing the correct paperwork, and getting them back in if they meet certain criteria. At this point, they just have to go through certain questions. It's almost like taking an LSAT to get into law school or something. If they don't answer these questions correctly, and it can't just be who was Andrew Jackson or something. It has to be more than that. We have to find out about what their morals are, their beliefs, all these things, because if not, we just end up bickering amongst ourselves about how these people should be rounded up. And then, oh, well, morally, that's not correct. Well, everyone has a different view of morals. So which one is correct? Just saying you are here illegally, you're breaking the law, we can't allow you here, I'm sorry. Just turn yourself in. It's simple.
Okay.
Yeah, and I see the fairness in that too. I mean, and again, like, this is a problem that, like, everybody here is young or younger than me, at least, like, but young men, and we already have a lot of problems in this country as is. Like, having more men enter the country, isn't a benefit or helping our existence as people that were likely born here or are in America legally. But that's not, but if you look at like where I live in Sunset Park, or where I'm from, Sunset Park, Brooklyn, like these immigrant dudes that have came in under the Biden administration, especially, not even the immigrant dudes that came in a year before that want them there, because they're a menace. They're just languishing, standing around, doing nothing, getting free benefits, and they're committing the worst of the worst crimes. They see Americans as dummies. They like look at the fact that women walk around with purses as like, this woman's stupid and I gotta go steal that. Like, that's my money.
So I have a question for both of you. Don't you think, because we have this so-called lie detector technology, and that's been around for a long time, don't you think people can go through various questions? Some of them will be very personal. Do you have multiple wives? Maybe that could be one of the questions. And they're going to say yes or no, and they're probably going to fail somewhere along the line. But one of the questions could revolve around someone's religious curiosities and what they've been taught and all these things. The odds are a lot of people will not pass that. So if they do not pass that, they should not be allowed to come in. It's just there's a danger factor. I wonder what you think about that.
I think the danger factor of illegals coming over to America, whether that is illegally or like legally, I think the danger factor, if you count like everybody that came over here within the last 10 years, is like very low. Like, what is the dangers in that? Like, Sharia law. I mean, they could do that. They do that amongst themselves anyways. But they still have to be in the confines of our legal system. So it's kind of like, whether or not it's Jewish people, they have their own set of laws that they have to abide by within their own religious sects, some of them. But they still have to abide by our legality still. And I'm pretty sure the Mormons, what you call them, the Jehovah Witness, other religions do that stuff. It's not just one. And if you're going to do a lie detector for somebody to come into this country, for one set of people, everybody should get it then. You know what I'm saying? Everybody should get it, because whether or not it's drugs, prostitution, stealing money, fraud, whatever the case may be, the espionage, it could come from any one of them, whether or not they're legal or illegal, whether or not they came from this across the southern border or came here by boat or flight, and if you're going to do it for one, do it for all of them.
Well, to answer that question, in terms of I wouldn't be opposed to giving people that want to come into the country, like immigrants, lie detector test or any sort of vetting. I'm not opposed to any sort of vetting. but that's for a future instance. In terms of like the people that are here now, I think all of them should go for the most part. Without like doing any sort of purity test or like seeing where they stand. I think they've come in here illegally under the Biden administration. I think a lot of them, like especially what we're finding out now with Venezuela, the people that Venezuela specifically sent in, and some of these other countries that don't like us. I think that we're in a really point of trepidation of something really bad happening with the people that have come in the last 4 years, especially. I just want to rectify that problem and get them all out. In future instances, if they go through a purity test, whether that be through lie detector or any other means, and see if they really want to come in and contribute to the American experience, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But the main, and if they apply the lie detector test to people that maybe get a chance to stay, I mean, which I really don't want many to stay, I'm not opposed to that neither.
But L, that's not going to stop anybody. Like people from those countries
Yeah, it is.
Hold
I don't know
up.
why you
I'm not
think
talking
it
about that.
won't.
Let me speak. I'm not talking about that. So you can get the gist of what I'm saying. It's not going to stop them from Venezuelan people, right? It's not going to stop anybody. Like the people from a lot of those other countries, they could easily get a passport or some papers from a different country and come over here from a different country and fly on in. Like that's not going to stop them. You know what I'm saying? From doing anything nefarious.
It's interesting that you're saying that though, because then we would have to almost like we would have to communicate with the Mexican government and say, you can't just issue a passport to anyone. We will not accept your passport if X, Y, and Z things they have done in their life.
That's
so,
not
for
what
example, well, no, that's what I'm representing though, because you're saying it won't make a difference. But then now I'm saying, okay, well, the Americans will have to get together with the Canadians and the Mexican governments and say, I will not allow this person to get in here if they have done X, Y, Z criminal offenses, anything. We're sniffing out their entire life.
No, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were.
No,
you were
no,
saying
stop.
that if somebody could just go get papers, bro, that's what you just said.
It's cool. No, I was talking about the instance of him saying, get rid of everybody that came under the Biden administration because he was talking about bad actors that's already here, i.e. sleeper cells or whatever. So I was saying was that if somebody's from Venezuela, Mexico, whatever country they fucking from, they could always get their country would probably fucking even help them. Get a passport from another country, right? And that country can't even stop it. Mexico can't stop it.
Yeah, okay. So because it's just like what I just said. You're saying they could just get another verification of papers in order to get into the United States. So it really doesn't matter that much. But that's not true, because eventually, if we know that they're here and they're here illegally because they got in here for a 30-day on their passport or whatever it may be, and we find out that that's happening too much, that country should face repercussions for what they're doing. So it at least gives us a chance to have a system in which we are actually being able to track what's going on.
Never mind. What I'm saying is totally different what you're talking about. Like nobody that's coming here for nefarious acts. They're coming over here for a reason, and they're not staying here. They're here for a good time, not a long time.
Well, no,
that's not the way the world works. We don't need you here for a good time and a long time.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the sleeper cells.
No,
he's been talking about. And then he said that get rid of everybody that came under here on the Biden administration because he don't want nothing to happen bad. And I'm saying that wouldn't stop it because they'll make their way over here regardless somehow.
With some other type of paperwork. That's exactly what I've been saying. I've said it 3 times now.
Of paperwork.
No,
either or. If somebody wants to come up over here, I'm telling you, believe me not, they will make it.
I just don't want to make that process easy, is what I'm saying. And right now with what Biden has left Well, what the Biden administration has put upon the country, it's made the possibility of that tremendously easy. But in spite of that, it's not only the sleeper cell problem that I have an issue with. It's the fact that these dudes are here and we don't need them here is what I have more of an issue with. And yes, the fact that they're here exacerbates any other issue up to and including sleeper cells or like stuff that happened today. Like with the
But you don't even know the sleeper cells are here. You don't even know, and you don't even know what that dude motive was.
I'm not saying he's a sleeper cell. What I'm saying is that being lax on immigration or being lax on deportations only exacerbates that problem. It doesn't help that problem.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying on those things. But a question for Mike would be, Mike, don't you think by now we have AI which can probably track the amounts of money that anyone is making and figure out whether somebody is ripping off the government by paying people under the table, so on and so forth? AI is pretty damn smart at this point, my friend. Like, if people want to continue on their paths of hiring illegals, these things, those things, I think they're going to get caught. If the government wanted to do it, they could do it in the snap of a finger, I think, by now. If not, we're knocking on the door of being able to do it. So people should change their ways.
I'm not in agreement with like using AI to like sniff around, spoof for people's data, because the people on the user end, it makes them that easy to do nefarious acts with your stuff, because it's not tracked. Also, that they have been catching these guys, and I don't know how they've been catching them. Maybe they've been using AI. Maybe they've been using getting tips from the local community to go out to these farmers and these businesses that's been hiring illegals and stuff like that. But sometimes the job don't even know that they hired illegal, because the person probably came into the job with an ID, with a social, came up in there, right? Whether or not it was from somebody else, or they had a temporary one and they hired them because they were on a legal status then. And then 6 months, 9 months down the road, they didn't refile their papers. And then there you go.
Okay, so what if you were an employer, and somebody walked up to you and they just really didn't speak the language, but you spoke their language? Would you want to make sure that you fully vetted them if you're going to hire them? They know no English whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, they have a social and ID. You run a background check, and then the background check says they're good for forever, 6 months, 9 months, or whatever, and they're supposed to go back and refile and stuff like that, and they don't. You don't know that. You're not. I don't think employers.
So you're talking about?
I don't think there's a law.
H-1Bs.
I'm not talking about H-1Bs.
H-1Bs. Okay.
I'm just talking about any work permit. I don't think, because there's other ones than H-1Bs. I know a doctor right now that's here, scientist that's here under a Einstein like visa. But I don't think there's a law that says the employer has to go back and check every 6 months or every 9 months to see if the person renewed their work permit.
Maybe that should be something that's be looked into. Who knows? Why not? It'll take 2 seconds.
I mean, but then now imagine everything else your employer has to do. You see what I'm saying?
So
it's
what?
like it is
spend an extra $50,000 a year.
So what? Now imagine if you was imagine you had a business and you were doing all this, and now the government is saying you have to do this. They're already saying a whole bunch of shit you got to do. You got the state telling you what you got to do.
You pay HR. Yeah, but you pay an HR person for exactly this. You swear like their days are full. Like their whole schedule's full.
That.
Absolutely.
But not everybody
they are not. They're
that.
sitting at their desks doing basically
not
nothing.
Not everybody has an HR person.
Well, then
And
you
not
got to be
every business
careful
has
when you're
that.
vetting.
Yeah, you do like what every
Don't
other
hire
company
somebody who
does
has
or
only a
whatever other business
don't
does.
don't then don't hire. Then my answer back would be then don't hire somebody who only has a 6 months history in the United States. Don't do that.
Yo, man, you think somebody owning a business, you think they just word of like, especially in construction, these are farming and shit like that. Like somebody actually going out there and had to get on their, pick fruit and shit like that. I mean, pick fruit and stuff like that with their bare hands. You think that they have an HR person? You think that they doing all that? Some of them, the big time guys have that, but the small time guys ain't got that.
It
They
should be
look at
though.
your paper.
No, but
It's not safe.
if they're
They see that you.
if
They
they're
see
not
that you have
doing
a
that, would
social.
you
They see you
agree?
have this. They're not looking 6 months,
Would,
9 months down the road.
but, but hold on now. Would you agree that they should be doing that? And if they're not doing that, and they're not vetting their people, and they're hiring illegals, they actually should be fined, if not shut down, eventually for multiple infractions on that particular issue.
No, I think that adult that came up over here that wants to work, that wants to be here legally, right? That don't want to be hassled, should do the right thing, just like every other citizen has to do
Nope.
around here, whether or not it's a
But they're
driver's
not, though.
license or what.
And that's not happening, and often it's not happening.
Well, then when they get caught, then they're gone.
No, they're not gone. At a certain point,
Okay.
it's like, nope,
Well,
we got
well,
bigger penalties now. We got bigger penalties. You had your opportunity to leave. You didn't want to do it. Now you kept going back to Home Depot and getting random construction jobs. You're going to snitch on your employer, or we're sending you to jail for like a couple of years to make sure that people know what the penalties are.
nah, I don't agree with that, but
And then no
you
one
can agree
will
with that
want
if
to
you
do
want.
it ever again.
You can
No,
agree with
yeah,
that if you want, but I don't.
and ultimately too, like this is just on the people that are looking to be employed. Which I mean, like in New York City, I mean, and in Chicago, Illinois, you have like loads of immigrant men that aren't looking to be employed, that are just looking, that they think that they're the bottom rung of this country, and that liberal politics are gonna get them fed and gonna get them housed. Like they don't want to work. A lot of these dudes that are coming into New York City, a lot of the dudes that got dumped off into Chicago, Illinois. With the working class problems, I mean, look at how complicated it is, like to vet them and to try to get a process in place, like just us three talking. But we have a ton of dudes that are just here that are just collecting for the most part in New York City, especially, and in Chicago, Illinois. I mean, to name a
Agreed.
few.
Agreed. It's not fair. It's actually not fair. I mean, I look at it right now. I've had a couple jobs in the last 6 months, a couple jobs. They just didn't turn out like I wanted them to, some for different reasons, but uh, I'm just going for some grocery clerk job, right? I mean, I ain't going for nothing special, but that's because I know, I'm in a different spot now. I don't know anyone here. I ain't got no family here. This kind of, that kind of, whatever kind of. But then if I got people on H-1B visa that are competing with me for this grocery job, you got to be kidding me. Why are they here? This isn't a specialized job. That's my job you're taking from me. You see, just the common jobs, people can get snuffed out on this. And it's not fair. My family's put in the time here,
Yeah,
served in the military, been here for decades. You know what I'm saying?
and
That's
what you're
not
speaking
fair.
on too, Dub, like with a lot of these non-specialized jobs, like I know a lot of people that as teenagers worked as grocers, as teenagers even worked in the construction field, and that kind of gives you like that impetus, like when you get older, like what it takes to be just an employee. Now our youth are just sitting around, they like don't like go for these jobs, or like there's no impetus for them, and like we've created almost a generation, 2 decades worth probably of dudes that probably like that don't want to work, or that got too comfortable looking at screens. And I mean,
Yeah. Because I think you're right. Because it's not good. It's almost like going to the gym, right? You go to the gym every day or every other day, or maybe whatever. Every day it could be arms one day, legs one day, arms one day, whatever. You're running the next day. The time that you take that day off or 2 days off, this is a perfect example. It's Thanksgiving time right now, right? you don't go to the gym that 1 or 2 days, or maybe, I'll just take the weekend off. That could slide you into you not hitting the gym for another year. Same thing goes for working. You know what I'm saying? Like, so people get mentally, their muscles, their mental muscles break down, and they're like, yeah, I'm just comfortable. I know, because I'm a good example of that, you know. But also I've had, lots of life's curveballs thrown at me, so it's made it more difficult. But and you got to get over those things. But now I'm looking to get back on the horse, and I'm going, I can't even get that 18-year-old job, the 17, 16-year-old job at a pizza spot. And I'm
No,
like,
I
this
was
is
telling,
ridiculous.
yeah, I was telling my a friend of mine that I knew somebody that worked as an assistant to a driver of a bread truck that used to go to my church when I was young, and this is in New York City. And he would get paid whatever the driver like gave him, like, and it wasn't much. That driver probably wasn't rich, but that guy had enough to be able to rent an apartment in my neighborhood in Brooklyn. Like, so he was probably making $300-400 a week, and he had enough to pay for an apartment that was $500 a month, and he's okay. Now, I mean, there were people like that make $40 an hour that have roommates in New York City, in these newer complexes in New York. And it's because, and immigration, the main thing, doesn't help that, or the fact that more people are bidding for the same jobs, the same apartments, the same houses, doesn't help that situation for people that are already here.
Yeah, I mean, it almost, because you bring up a good point that I don't know if I could explain this perfectly, but it's almost like we've been taught supply and demand, supply and demand, supply and demand, and then you get all these illegals that come in here, and then all of a sudden it's, well, you're getting either free hotels or Section 8 housing stipends, and you're also, on top of that, you're getting food paid for by EBT. So wait, you're making the housing prices come up, and you're also making the food prices go up because you're getting the shit for free, man. Like, it's a problem. If you see what I'm saying. And then I also think about things like corporations owning houses. That should not be allowed. That should be sent to, it's private. It's just people. That's it.
Well,
Like,
anything
people
could
on
be
their own.
any business could be a corporation. Like, so
Yeah, but I'm saying businesses cannot buy housing.
and a lot
should
of
be illegal.
And like, if you go to Notre Dame, if you go into any major college town, like, the college owns a lot of the houses around that college.
That's
and
different
in some
though, because
cases,
that's different, because that's like housing. Yeah, it's
no,
dormitories, stuff like
they're
that.
yeah, but some of those cats, they do get money like grants and stuff like that, and in some of that stuff is not just the students. You see what I'm saying?
I made a mention of that, Michael, earlier, and maybe Dub wasn't here to hear that, but like the fact that in New York and where I live now in New Jersey, it's corporations that are buying these houses, and since they have a ton more renters, i.e., immigrants, to rent them out, that they'll always have a market of people to rent it to, and the rents haven't gone down; they've only gone up.
Yeah, you said the banks, which is a corporation, but anybody can open up a corporation and buy houses under a name,
Yeah, but what I'm saying, that shit shouldn't be allowed, because there is no such thing as supply and demand at that point. It's more like, there's a supply of people who want to sell. I'm going to buy all of them, and hey, let me just call Joe Biden and have him bring a bunch of people to our city, so that, just like the host was saying, they're going to occupy all of those spots that I own. I'm going to be happy, but none of the people who live in those neighborhoods are going to be happy, because the rents are going to go up, because the rents are being stipend by the United States for illegals or whoever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need a little bit of Section 8 here and there, but come on, man. It can't all be Section 8.
I mean, I'm just like, it doesn't. But then when you look at like places where I'm at right now, like, how does the housing market in Michigan, because I'm not in Florida anymore, how does the housing market, let's just say, in Key West, Florida, get affected by or the spot where I'm at in Michigan get affected by, which has like low immigration. They don't have no bus loads or anything like that. Get affected. Like when I bought my house, my first house in Toledo, Ohio, during COVID, it went up $30,000 just because of fucking COVID. When I bought this house in Michigan, this house a couple years ago was $50,000 less. Less. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it has anything to do. Well, I don't think.
No.
I don't think every
So
area.
I think I kind of see what you're saying, right? And I have a place myself. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm looking to think that I'm going to be living on the streets anytime soon. But I realized that even the place that I have should probably go down maybe like 30%. It's too high. It's unaffordable. It's unrealistic. And it's because all of the, leg ups that we're giving everybody, the EBT, the, housing stipends, you got, your cousin who's coming over from some other country because who even knows how or whatever. Don't worry, we got a spot. It's screwing up the supply and demand so badly that people in America can't live this way. It's impossible.
No, well, no. What I was hitting at is it doesn't affect it everywhere. That immigration thing doesn't affect it anywhere. I could find this very same house.
It does. Okay.
Hold up. I'm giving you a prime example. Because I could find this very exact house. 4-bedroom, 2,000 something square feet, full furnished basement, $100,000. What is it? An hour from here, right? And an hour from here. City is a little bit smaller than this one, but I can find it, right? But
okay. But there's various problems. There's various problems with what you're trying to get at, and I see what you're getting at.
No,
I get it, bro. Go ahead. Yeah.
So I don't think that because I got chewing tobacco in, so that's why I was pausing. So I don't think that like everywhere is affected by that. Now places like San Diego, places like New York, places like Chicago, that city that they're in and around there, yes, is affected by there. Now I agree that most of that stuff, most of the housing market is affected by businesses and entities buying houses and to store people there, right? But at the same time is that if you want to fix that, then you have to start at least at minimum, start finding people to live other places one by one. Like, hey, we got an opening, nice apartment. We'll do a whoop up over here, up out of the city and start moving them, or go up in there because you don't need the National Guard. The National Guard ain't gonna do nothing but just march around and show a force. I don't know why people think that they're going to really do something. Actually, it's a Band-Aid because they'll be the roaches will be right back out when the lights turn off. So the best thing to do is, by you guys' notion, is to go out there and start grabbing them up. They already know where they at.
So again, here's the problem. I believe that the spot that I have, okay, should probably go down at least 30%, and I'll swallow that. Whatever.
But do you rent or do you own?
I own.
When do you buy it?
Huh?
When did you buy it?
I bought the worst timing you could possibly buy it, but I don't care. Like, I'm sitting there going, for the betterment of this country, I know it should go down at least probably 30%, because where I live is not where anyone else wants to live. So in other words, you can buy a spot that's a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, whatever, but it's in the middle of Tornado Alley, and it gets hit every 10 years. Does anyone want to live there? The answer is no. So then even those properties are going up just because everywhere else is going up. So it puts that strain of pricing to where people get kicked out of their old neighborhoods and then they move into Tornado Alley because it's the only place they feel like they can afford, or maybe they want to retire, but they're like looking at it going, well, I don't even want a mortgage, whatever the situation may be. But that is a fact that it would basically go down everywhere if we can get the illegals out of here, the stipends out of here. Even the stipends, if we got rid of all that stuff, why am I paying $5 for a Starbucks mocha frappuccino? Because EBT allows all these other people who shouldn't even be buying a mocha frappuccino to drive that damn price up. Now, what I considered was like a luxury for me. Let's say it's a mocha frappuccino Starbucks. I can't even buy it anymore. Why? Oh, because all these other people are buying, like Fritos, all these chips. You've seen these videos on YouTube, right?
But that would mean you're saying that it went up because of supply and demand.
It didn't go up because of supply and demand. It went up because of the leg up, the EBT, the stipend, the.
But how is that? Because how is that at Starbucks? Because this is just me. Everything has been up since fucking COVID. I mean, sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to cuss. Everything has been up since COVID, you know, and I just think that some of these people are just greedy, and they found out that people, no matter what, are still going to buy certain things, and they just kept it up. Now,
But
some of the things,
Michael, COVID kind of lined up very much so with the unvetted Biden border migration issue. You know, they were pretty much hand in hand.
The border was already it was pretty much already bad before he even got in. But he just made it worse. That's all it was. It was already bad, bro. I'm from San Diego, man. Like
the Biden border was nothing we've ever seen.
No, I said that. That's exactly what I just said. I said the border was already bad, but then when Biden got in, I said it was. It was. Then I said, when Biden got in, he just went and fucked it all up.
That's
what I said.
But Biden probably made it 90% worse, is what I'm saying.
I don't know. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's a fiasco that people will be talking about. It'll be a problem for the next 20 years.
Let me try to hammer home the point that he's trying to make, Mike. So if there was if Trump, I see you got a new person on. If you wanted to say hi or whatever, and then I'll get back.
No, finish your point, Doug.
Okay, cool. So Trump went and he bought all these supplies for the wall and everything like that. Did you see when Biden was going to go ahead and auction all that stuff off for like pennies on the dollar? I was like, what is this guy doing? I don't know if you guys heard about that story, but
I did hear about
that. Just doesn't make. Oh yeah, he was trying to sell the wall materials for pennies on the dollar in an auction style. That was obviously a couple of years ago, but or maybe a year and a half ago.
Yeah, we could probably both agree that the Biden border was 1,000%, if not more. I mean, at least 90%, 80% worse than what he inherited from Trump.
It was atrocious, and if you look at it, it's like interesting that they say something like Kamala is going to be the border czar, which I thought that's what they said, and then later on it's, oh, I never said I was the border czar. Well, you're gaslighting me now because things haven't been going well, and the community knows. And now you aren't the border czar. What? I don't get it. You know?
No, he never would.
That's what's been going on for the last decade.
That's what they said. That's what other people said she was. Nobody never appointed her that, or in the administration said that she was.
Yeah, they did, man. I promise you. So then at that point too, we can look at other definitions of words like vaccine. The definition of that changed. What do you call it? When the economy's not doing good, that's a depression. Depression, the definition of that changed to, instead of just a 1 quarter or 2 quarters in a row, it was now 3 quarters in a row. It had to go down. They're changing all these definitions to just put the Band-Aid on and try to get whatever they want. Like, a man can't be a woman, bro. I mean, but how do we change the definition on that? This is all ridiculous brainwashing, gaslighting mentalities that have gone way too far, you know, and
Mostly
it's
on the
reaching a
liberals, though.
bubble.
Mostly on the liberals.
Oh
The
yeah,
gaslighting.
yeah, for sure.
Hey, Denmark and the guest that popped in, I don't know what happened, but you're more than welcome to come back. Like if I don't know if you took yourself out or if my internet kiboshed you, but you're welcome to come back in.
I don't know. He came in and showed his face and he bounced.
Yeah, but go and we could stay on the topic too. But I don't know if you caught one of the other points that we were debating earlier, Dub, in political violence in America, especially. I contended that political violence from liberals or from the left and the dangerous rhetoric is far more rampant with liberals and with the Democrats or with the left. Like, I don't know if you heard about
I mean,
those.
I obviously I'm going to totally agree with that, you know. And I used to be a supporter of you know, I voted for Obama. I voted for
I was a liberal
Democrats the
too.
entire time I was living until Trump
I
came
was a
by.
New York liberal. Like, you know, I got like I was left of liberals in the 90s. I mean, like, since I was a young man. But the liberal rhetoric, like violence, is far more present on the liberal side of the spectrum than it is on both sides, or, you know, like a lot of it's made to seem like it's an equal share of dangerous rhetoric or dangerous
So
action.
why do you? Here's a question: why do you think that is? So back in the days, you used to vote for the Dems. Well, if you're thinking about it, what made the difference for you?
I mean, the extreme left became like the center of the left. It just seems like with liberals, they all, like, you don't see any dissension notions, like whether that be in Senate, Congress, like they all vote one way. They all like it's. I mean, and honestly, it coalesced with, or it corresponded with the appearance of Trump. But it just becomes like, you know, if you're not aligned with them on any sort of issue, I mean, like, you know, I've been called racist, even though I'm Puerto Rican and I have a lot of family members that are black. I've been, I was excluded, and not only was I on the left of liberals, but I was also like very active as far as politics in my community and whatnot. And in the early 2000s, I mean, like, you just saw a alienation based on, like, with me specifically, based on the fact that I was a man, based on the fact that, you know, you just don't line up for all of the BS. Like, I just started
Yeah,
seeing
you're
it
a
coming down
man.
the pipe. Like,
You're
they
a
went right.
man. You're a man. You're white. Yeah, I get it. I am.
Oh
too.
no, I'm not white. I'm Puerto
interested.
Rican. No, I'm
Go
Puerto
ahead,
Rican.
though.
But
All right. I mean,
I just
you
started
got light
seeing.
colored skin, so you know.
Yeah, I started seeing like how they operated, like, as far as the activist portion of like the liberals in New York City. Like, they started becoming very anti, like, family
Still
structure.
ain't on.
Pardon? Like
Nah,
anti,
TV show still ain't on. Looking for it.
like, we in my neighborhood specifically, or in New York, like there was a mass wave of like Chinese that started entering, and if you had any sort of critique of that, like, they made it seem like you didn't like any sort of Chinese or any. It just like the gaslighting. I didn't know what was happening as it was happening, but they just kind of like threw me out of the mix. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, so let me give mine on it, and it's pretty simple. It's real short. I used to think that the Democratic Party was so like for poor people and giving them programs and things like that. And I don't have a problem with that. With if they're citizens, I don't have a problem with that at all. I think, you know, we should have a bleeding heart for each other, especially veterans, people like that. But it just seems it wasn't the case. And then when they started messing with the gaslighting and the all this other stuff and trying to just push agendas, their agenda didn't equal what they were actually talking about. So it was more like, I'm the social justice warrior and you're just a piece of crap. And I was like, nah, I'm not going for this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I see liberals, especially nowadays, as fascists. Like they're hand in hand with the media, hand in hand with most corporations. If you don't agree with what they say, like they look at you as an enemy, like whether that be by framing you as a racist, by framing you as a bigot. They'll like just they don't necessarily have to say that you're their enemy, but they'll just mischaracterize you, like, and it puts you in a position where you have to play defense. Like, I mean, and
Yeah,
you know, uh,
exactly. Because I'd like to say, and I think that you'll probably agree. Like, if somebody calls me, let's say, arachnophobic. Arachnophobic means that I am scared of spiders. Now, if you're going to call me a phobe of anything else, it means that I'm scared of that. But that's not what's going on here. I just don't like the way certain people, their customs and values. And I'm free to do that. That's a free country. Don't call me a phobe of nothing. I just don't like you. Okay. And I'm free to be able to do that. But somewhere along the way, they call you this, they call you that, racist, bigot. Well, how about you're a bigot? You aren't respecting my opinion, so why are you a bigot calling me a bigot? Get over it. It's life. People don't like each other sometimes. You can't get along with everyone. Leave it alone. You know, it's just the way it is.
no,
Don't call me this shit.
and when it came to the other big issue of our times, which was COVID and the mandates, I mean, like, these people that like in the liberal left, when I was young, like when I first started observing politics, they were anti-war, but then they became pro arming Ukraine to the teeth, even at your not benefiting Americans, like, to benefit the Ukraine, like by arming them. But when it came to the mandate, I mean, like, they were real gun ho about, pushing the jab. Um, where like the liberal left that I was part of in the past was anti, the medical industry, and here they are, like, a couple years later, sponsored by Pfizer, like, walking hand in, like saying the same talking points that Pfizer was pumping out at a
Well,
constant, and a lot of people want to forget the COVID era, but like it kind of like scared, like
and,
sort of blackpilled me uh with,
but
with
behold, don't you think it's like my body, my choice? And then you're like, well, wait a second. What happened to that on the jab?
no, I went out the window. I mean, and the thing
Yep.
is too, like the scary part of that is like at any point, I mean, like, they could hype any sort of cold or flu up, and it's on again. Like we got to contend with another, like, programming that was happening on TV at a constant, guilt tripping by family members. I know a lot of people that like were pro pushing the vax or pro themselves taking the vax based on politics. I'll say it straight up. Like, I mean, like, based on the fact that they didn't like Trump, like, a lot, like I saw a lot of people that were like, real defensive about like the jab, it no dissonance at all. I mean, it's kind of like, like that was a real messed up time. And I think a lot of people now in hindsight look at COVID as like the beginning of a different era, like whether they realize it or not. Like, I mean, it was like sort of like a turning point with
Yeah.
humanity as a whole.
Behold. I had a woman come up to me and say, she asked me if I had the jab. She had really no right to ask me or anything, but I'm a pretty honest dude. So I was like, no, I didn't take it. And she's like, oh, you deserve to die. And I was like, whoa, you're fucking crazy. Like, you're crazy, lady. Like, legit, you're nuts. Of course, that was probably a lefty because I was living in the SF Bay Area at the time, and that's mostly blue territory. But you're fucking crazy. Excuse my language. If you think that just because me and you disagree, and I'm like, well, my faith is telling me to trust in God instead of trusting in some shot. But I don't know what your reasoning is behind it, but you're saying I deserve to die? Okay.
No, and again,
Well,
going back to the political aspect of it, I mean, like, there were some Republicans that were pushing the jab, just as much as like shit liberals were. But every liberal was cool with like, pushing mandates, with like pushing the jab, or like, like none of them were dissenting. And I see that a lot with liberals in that there's no dissension in like their thoughts. It's like all of them vote the same way. All of them, they agree with the same shit. And at times, there's like I'm not even gonna say that. I mean, like, because I don't agree with much of that what comes from the left nowadays, honestly. But it's just like the party became like way radicalized to like where it's like get down or lay down, or like, if you're not with us, you love Trump. If you're not with us, you're supporting bigots or race. I can't take that shit.
Yeah, but
And
another point on that, and it goes with the immigration piece. Now, if you tied that into the shot, was it seemed like Americans were forced to take it, but then people who immigrated here, they didn't have to take it. It wasn't mandatory for them, which is odd. I find that very strange.
no, it was strange, and it went like, and it kind of like lined back to back, like the COVID issue and the wide open border. And when those questions were brought up at times, and it was basically like shoo away or like gaslighting. And
I mean, but they still had. No, I don't think they were. I don't think the illegals. I think everybody had to take that shit if they want to work a certain
No.
job. And
You'd have to go look it up again, my friend. You'd have to go look it up.
well,
They
I'll
were not
go look it up.
mandatory.
I'll go look it up. But still,
Alright.
man, it's like you had a whole pandemic. Like most of these motherfuckers, all of them, because none of them no scientists or in a medical field like that. You know, you had a pandemic. A lot of people died. I wasn't agreeing with taking the jab or anything like that, because even all the scientific data that they had at the time said pretty much can. It was a bunch of cans and coulds in the verbiage, but there was no concrete evidence that it is stop you from passing it or would stop you from dying at a nice athletic in shape person. You know what I'm saying? So, a lot of people died from that stuff. And it really was a pandemic. They had to do something. They did maybe, I don't know, the best they could, the worst they could. Had bullshit the ways, I don't know. But people did die from that stuff. And it was a worldwide emergency, And
But I kind of think there was a little bit of carryover from people wearing masks to where it becomes more acceptable for people to wear masks in society. And now we can't seem to get rid of people wearing masks. You got
I
ski
don't care if
masks
it's
on in 80-degree weather, bro. That's not appropriate.
no,
You look
no,
like you're
people
trying to be
people were wearing masks before COVID, so
no, not
very
in the
rarely,
numbers
though.
they are now.
Yeah.
I don't think
Well,
so.
I mean, depending on where you were at, but then it's a fad. It's a fad. It's a fad. It's a
No, that can't be a
dude,
fad,
dude,
bro.
dude.
That's not
I'm
allowed.
telling you.
If it's
You talking about that
85
ski
degrees,
mask? You talking about that
if
ski
it's
mask?
yes,
Yes,
if it's 85,
that is
if
a
it's 80,
fad.
hold on, bro. No, it's not a fad. If it's
How you
85
know?
Hold
degrees
on,
out,
Doug. Are you talking about COVID mask or ski mask? That's what he's
I'm
saying.
talking about a COVID mask led to the exception of
The
people
poo
wearing masks or ski masks in general.
Oh,
I think there's a correlation there. I don't know, but what I'm saying is nobody should be wearing a ski mask in 85-degree weather. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, that's fine. But as far as people wearing a mask to stop their spread of whatever infectious disease or flu or whatever the case may got, if they want to wear it, I'm okay with it if they're sick. You know what I'm saying? If you're doing what you can to protect me from your sickness, your ailment, I'm okay with that. But I don't agree with people walking around wearing a ski mask. And like, I'm gonna tell you, you could believe me or not. It is a fad. You could believe me or not.
That is not a fad
Yes,
at all. I don't believe
I'm
you. I
telling
don't
you,
believe
before COVID, a lot of people in places like New York and places like Chicago was wearing that shit.
The
But
ski
normally,
shiesty mask you're saying, right?
yes.
Is that true? Behold, you're
Like
from New
like
York,
the
so you would know.
well, like
This-
well, like just to be
The
clear,
full
he's talking
shiesty.
about the full shiesty, like where it just shows the eyes, right, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it was a fad prior, but now it's like standard fare, like to where young shitheads
Yeah, because
wear it all the
that's
time.
how a fad starts.
But
It
like,
starts
but
somewhere
I
else,
think,
and then it trickles.
but there may be carryover in the sense that, like, you know, one exacerbated the other, like in
That
terms.
is not a carrier. Them
No,
motherfuckers
in
don't.
terms, no, because
The
now,
fad.
but you gotta admit though, Mike. Now I see that.
But,
Way
okay, everybody was sagging. Everybody was sagging on day one when sagging came out.
No, but
Everybody was
listen.
wearing. Everybody
No,
was
but
wearing
listen,
skinny jeans
But the
at once.
fact
It
that
trickled around.
no, but the fact that like if, for instance, it would be very uncommon for a kid or anybody to walk into a store like with the full ski mask on, and people don't look at him like he's an asshole or like he's up to some bad. But
The average parent is not allowing their kid to
no,
walk
now
around.
post COVID, like that issue is sort of convoluted, like to where people got used to seeing what people of all walks of life in some sort of mask, and now it seems like, you know, there is like far more people with the shiesty
I
mask,
don't
ski
think
mask.
anybody. I don't think anybody got comfortable with anybody wearing a ski mask.
And I think you're definitely wrong, bro.
No,
I
I
think
see
that
people in inappropriate situations for wearing masks now all the time. I hate masks, like COVID mask and ski mask. I probably hate them equally.
I
Like
don't.
COVID mask because I think you're a puss if you're wearing one nowadays, but ski mask.
No, I don't think you're a puss if you wear one. If you're trying to not breathe your sickness all on me.
Well, like when I
That's
see it off the rip, I
never
usually think that the person's like,
that never existed, bro. People were not walking around in masks if they caught a cold.
That's yeah, but what country? Some countries people would be on a train if they're sick and put on a mask.
We're not China,
and sometimes
though. We're not China.
And sometimes even when they're not sick, that's in Japan too. Even when they're not sick, since the trains are so crowded, they don't want to get sick from other people. They'll put on a freaking mask, and I don't see anything wrong with it. That's people's. Let them do what they think that they need to do. I'm not tripping on that. You want to wear a mask? Wear a mask. Did I believe in wearing masks during COVID? I think if you were sick, then you should wear a mask or stay your ass home.
So, but it's your belief that ski masks should be able to be worn by anyone in 85-degree weather and not get
When did
looked
I ever
at
say that?
sideways like they're crazy. And
But
about
when
to
did I
steal
ever say
something.
that?
Well, I mean, okay. What's your true opinion then? Maybe
don't-
Behold
I
can
don't-
explain it a little bit
I
better.
said
I don't know.
I literally said it's a fad. I literally said I don't think anybody is comfortable with somebody's wearing a ski mask.
comfortable or uncomfortable.
Okay.
I don't think anybody is comfortable with someone wearing a ski mask. That's what I said.
Very good. All right, we got clarification there. Good enough. Yeah. All right.
I said that like 5-6 times.
No, I hate seeing it. I mean, like honestly, like, and that's in any walk of life. Like, even if it's freezing cold out, like, I want to see your grill. Like, I see what you're up to. But again, like, you know, in a sense, though, I believe that COVID mask kind of softened the notion of like the fact that now you could wear ski mask in the mall and it's like appropriate. Like, and I don't think that is appropriate. I think
Some malls even got signs you can't bring them in. You can't wear the shit.
yeah, you shouldn't.
Some places they got dress codes. You can't wear that. You can't even wear that. So
Like, there's a lot of times that I want to troll the world and like overly dress for like cold. I didn't wear a mask like as much as I could. I tried not to, but there's times where like I feel like trolling the world and like overly dressing for like COVID standard today. You know, as a prank. I don't know, like a sign or showing out.
Well, I mean, so you see this, Mike, you see this stuff on the streets all the time now in these protests, right? People are wearing like ski masks, and I just don't think that it's appropriate unless the weather is like, you know, really low enough for a ski mask. Then we know that those people want to cause trouble in a sense, though, right? It seems that way.
Well, a lot of people that are covering their face just don't want to be doxxed. Everybody in those protests are not like majority of the people aren't doing messed up things. It's like a handful of people doing some stuff or inciting some stuff they ain't got no business doing. And that's the sad part about it.
So, but Mike, don't you believe that those who are wearing some kind of mask are probably the ones more prone to bending the law in a way that they shouldn't?
No, those are the ones that don't want to be doxxed.
No, it's not doxing, man. Nobody's gonna
Yeah.
recognize your face, bro.
Dude,
No.
they've been doing it. What are you talking
It's
about?
a big world. It's a big world, bro. Nobody knows your face. Like, come on,
Dude,
get over it.
nobody has to know your face. You could literally take a picture of somebody, put it through AI, and you can find their social media account. Then you can find out where they live.
Nah, no, you can't. No.
Yes, you can. How do you think they find them? The Border Patrol people's. Why do you think they wearing the mask? How do you think they find them?
No, they're just because they know that there are people that actually know who they are. Now, it could be different.
They literally using.
Hold up, no. There are people that do know who those people are directly. So if they see their face, be like, oh yeah, I know who that is, and I know where they live.
All right,
But-
bro.
I think there is
sorry,
technology
buddy.
where if you see somebody's face that they could find you after the fact.
I'm telling you, bro. Like, you don't want to believe me, that's fine. But I told you, or like literally,
No, I mean,
they can-
listen, I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm just saying, like, okay, let's try to change it a little bit and say, just traditionally speaking, okay, people, it just because you show up at a protest doesn't mean that you have to hide your face. But it would seem to me that there would be some kind of correlation between mask wearing and people who are tending to get into a little bit more trouble than others.
I think it's. I think I told you what I think about it, and I told you why majority of people at these protests want to wear a mask. And if you don't believe me, that I mean, I guess we disagree.
So let me try to put it another way, Mike. So why would somebody really care if somebody knew who Johnny Walkenfuss was, because Johnny wasn't wearing his mask that day? He's just a guy who works at
they could harass them.
7-Eleven. What's the
Well,
problem
they could
there?
harass them. They could harass them on
Are
social
they
media.
going to show up at
Can I-
Johnny Walkenfuss's house? He works at 7-Eleven and has nothing to do with
Yes, they
anything else.
can. You
Oh,
don't.
come on, man.
That's
Will
the
they?
thing about.
dumb.
No, it's not dumb. See, this is the thing about social media. When people get on social media, it makes the worst out of people. It makes the worst out of people. The things that people say about people, the things that people do on here, it pulls the worst out on people. And the last thing somebody want is somebody showing up to their doorstep, sending bullshit ass emails to their job. Hold up. Sending bullshit ass emails to their job, calling their phone all wee hours of the day over and over again. That's the last thing people want.
Okay, so who would you say in the majority is doing stuff like this? Is it the Democrats or Republicans?
It's both sides. You see what happened with that Charlie
No,
Kirk
I
shit?
said, and then the majority, who do you think would
It's-
tend to do
it's-
something like
I
that?
say it's 50-50. They both
Oh,
do
no
that
way.
shit.
Wow.
Hell no.
Oh, yes. You see, you're just talking about the immigration
man.
thing. You're just talking about
Be
the immigration
realistic,
thing.
my
Hold
friend.
up. You're just talking about the immigration thing. You're not talking about how people in the service are getting kicked out. You're not
No,
talking about.
Republicans don't do that, man. They aren't out to hunt out the person who works at 7-Eleven trying to look their face up.
You're not
and find
talking
their
about.
house.
You're
Come on.
not talking about. Yes, they do. You go on these.
Come on.
You go on Twitter right now. You go on Twitter right now, and you say the wrong thing on some of these accounts that some people don't like, and they know that it's your real Twitter because it's been up so long and you've been posting so long. They would literally post where you work.
Like, name an example though, like in terms of like a conservative.
I just gave you an example.
No, but in terms of like something that somebody would say like that would be anti like conservative, that a conservative would be motivated like to put that person on blast. Like
About a
Like,
Republican will be put somebody on blast because I don't even like talking about the bringing up that Republican Democrat shit. I think it's all fictitious
No,
Babylon
it's
shit.
not though.
But anyway,
You can't. But
I
you
don't
can't.
care
You know
what you
because I
think.
think
It's
you know
my.
though.
It's my.
You're being
Hold up.
disingenuous.
Well, I'm not being disingenuous. I'm saying that's from my perspective. Now, if you want to know one of my examples I have of that, when when Trump was running, all those people out there that was going around there doing all that marching shit, all the people out there that was doing all that shit, they were getting doxxed. Some of those people were getting doxxed, but nobody wants to believe that.
that were marching where?
So, but
Like,
you have no proof though.
no,
You have
but
no
marching
proof.
for what cause? Like,
What do you mean? I'm supposed to dig through social media again and find the post again?
no, but
But
what,
wait,
what,
no,
what
no. Someone.
but
Let's go
marching for
ahead.
what
Go ahead.
cause? Like, what, like that the people that were
I
marching.
don't remember the march. I was on Twitter and they jumped on this dude and they say, "Oh, whoop de whoop whoop, works here. Look at him." Then posted the dude's LinkedIn.
But I'm not saying like at what march specifically, but like do you know what purpose they like the people that were marching against Trump or something? Like, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I see. It could be. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm saying it's far more prevalent among liberals to do it.
Oh, you're saying it's far more prevalent because of all the ICE stuff, right?
No, like I'll give you an example, Mike. Like on Facebook, there was an author that I used to read. Named
Can you
I'm
just
not
give the
gonna say his
example?
name. No, I'm gonna give you a personal example. There's an author that I used to read, and he has and it is a liberal author at that.
I'm saying make it short.
I will, but he has a book club like or a fan page on Facebook. If I speak, if whenever like people would throw my shit on blast there more than once, and it was me speaking on anti-jab stuff or like stuff that was anti-Biden, let's say, like being anti-Biden, like to them, which a lot of them were very liberal, was equivalent to me being like super pro-Trump, which I'm not. Like so like, and they would put me on blast as far as my personal info for that. And they did it to a lot of people, like on that page now specifically, like a lot of people post anonymously or with these emoji accounts, and I'm not tech savvy like that. I don't have 2 YouTubes or 2 Facebooks like to troll people like with, but and I'm a Puerto Rican dude from New York, like, and they would do shit like that to me. These are like,
Yeah. You see all those people that was doxxed for the Charlie Kirk comments?
Yeah, that's a good example, but like, that's like, but if you're an employer and like you like, and you got somebody.
No, they were like that's what doxing is. Like they literally like posted some people's address. They literally posted where people work. They literally did that shit. That's the same shit. It's not like the employer was looking for them or the employer happened to find the shit. Like they went out of their way to fucking try and ruin those people's lives.
But at that time too, I mean, like somebody got murked. It was a big story, and like if you're kind of like putting yourself out there and taking a victory lap, when somebody gets murked, like that's kind of like on you.
I mean, what's the but what's the difference
and I agree
between like
speech too? Like, and I don't say that.
No, I don't believe somebody should get fired for that shit anyways. I'm not
saying that they should maybe get fired, but like, like if an employer takes it upon him,
I don't think they should get fired.
I believe they should get fired. Yeah, you're fired.
No,
you are fired.
I don't think they should, because people say certain people should die anyways. All the time. People out
so
here.
Let me give you another
Damn,
example.
I wasn't even done, but go ahead, man.
Well, I mean, okay, if you weren't done, then go ahead. I won't forget about what I want to talk about. So go ahead.
Please don't. But people say people gonna die all the time. Like, I don't think that somebody should be fired for saying like they didn't like the dude because of his beliefs. People did. I don't think people should get fired for saying like he was a vile human being. I don't. Which people did get fired for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not everybody got fired. No. Wait a minute. I wouldn't fire nobody for that. Like people didn't get fired for saying they hope Obama would die. People didn't get fired for making lotteries on when Obama would get assassinated.
They were saying they were glad he was assassinated.
But
bro.
that's not the only criteria that got you fired.
What do you mean? Why? What?
That's not the only criteria that got you. I
Mike,
just said it. I just told you, but you didn't listen.
What was it?
I said people got fired for saying that he was a vile human being. People got fired for saying that they didn't like how that guy was talking, and some people got fired for that shit.
Most of the ones that I'm aware of, they said they were happy he was dead. So that's different.
People say people are happy or dead all the time.
So okay, Mike. So then if we let's move the goalpost over to where I'm talking about. Let's move it over to my home court, and then say if somebody said they are happy that guy died and got assassinated, would you fire that person?
No, I'll be like, man, that's fucked up, man.
You wouldn't. Okay,
no,
that's the difference between me and you.
Yep, I'll say, hey, man, that's fucked up.
Fine.
No,
that's fucked up, bro. But
well, like going back to the crux
example.
of like,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bill.
Hold on. Going back to like the crux of what we were saying though, is that on the liberal left, it's far more rhetoric of like saying that they want the current president to die, like that they want like Charlie Kirk to get murdered. Whereas like I don't see like even when Biden was the president, I didn't see that as a.
I mean, how many people want Obama dead?
No, but listen, like when Biden was the president, I didn't see that as popular rhetoric. And I'll go back to the Obama point too. Like I didn't see that as popular rhetoric, people saying that they wanted Biden to get murdered. Or
I mean, well, I did.
A liberal talking head to get murdered. But with Obama, going back to that point though, they probably were people that were wishing Obama to die. Like, but those people are racist, though. You know what I'm saying? And racists are both on liberal and conservative. You can't say that there's less racist among liberal.
Man, bro, I heard people that ain't racist say it. I heard a lot of people say that shit, bro. But it doesn't change.
There's also liberal racists too, and like it's not like every racist is a conservative. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not fair. Like, and that's something that conservatives get stuck with. Like as if every racist is a conservative. Like that's not true. And
really to tell you the truth, the rhetoric on both sides is messed up. Like I don't even know why anybody would just let one side off the hook and just say, oh, it's far more prevalent on this side when it's prevalent bad on both sides. Like it's like a clear 50-50.
No,
shit that people say.
Violence, Michael.
The majority Taylor Greene said that that basically that Biden was a traitor, and you know what the punishment of that was. And then you got these 6 guys that come out there and say what they said, and then what does he say? He reminds people of the punishment of what they said. So it's like you can't say. And then when that lady, what's her name, husband get his head bashed in with a hammer, he makes a joke about it. So it's like it's like I think it's all of what you are subjected to that will give you the knowledge on what happens on both sides. Because if you don't, because there's no way we'd be able to see it all. But I think I've seen enough.
But listen, Michael, what you're mentioning individual instances where I'm saying it's more commonplace to hear people on the left say that they want 45 to 47 to pass away. It's more common for them to say well, I hope these anti-jabbers die because they didn't take the jab. Like it's more common for them to say that you know what I'm saying? They'll blanket statement everybody that doesn't
bro,
a certain issue as racist.
I don't think everybody that didn't. I don't think everybody that wanted to take the jab was a liberal. I don't think that everybody that didn't want to take the
No,
jab was
I'm
a liberal.
saying that
But what I will say is
those kind of
that
statements, like
it's
from the liberal
from you.
left.
You're saying your perspective, and I'm saying my perspective, and that's it.
Hold on. If you like, you think that like what I'm saying is that that's more commonplace among liberals, like where they make these violent rhetoric or violent statements, and it's just like Gucci, like everybody's like cool with it. Like if somebody were to say like if I was talking with 4 conservatives, and one of them say, well, I hope Biden passes away right now, you know, like through some violence, like, you know, I'm not gonna say, oh God, like, you know, my hair's on fire, but I think like, yo, this person's pretty whack, or he's like extreme. You know, like I hear all the time, like liberals, like, you know, saying rhetoric in where they want, you know, whether that's Trump like to pass away, or like they want bad to happen to people that are ICE, or they want bad to happen to people that are anti-jab. You know, like where they actually say, I hope that person dies, or I hope, you know, like for not taking the jab, or like, you know, I think ICE should be stopped by any, you know, like stuff like that. I don't hear that coming out of the right, besides like, you know, certain examples that you gave like of individuals. Like that's not like commonplace rhetoric amongst like all the right, you know what I'm saying? Like whereas in the liberal example that I gave you, like if you were to say any of those kind of statements among liberals, like, you know, it's Gucci.
I don't think. I think that some people like just don't give a fuck what people say, like, or they agree with it. Because either they agree with it, they don't agree, or they just don't care what people say.
That's not true
Like,
though, Mike. Because right now
I said people either they agree with it or they don't agree with it, or they just don't give a fuck what people say.
But you just mentioned the statements of like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it seemed like you were like concerned about that. You know?
No, I don't give a fuck what she said. I was just giving you guys examples.
No, you're just being on the
Of
fence,
dangerous
though. You're
rhetoric.
being on the fence. You're being on the fence.
Not on
On the fence.
Dude, I am not
You're
on the fence. Why do you think? Why do you think
You're
I
on
say
the fence? So it sounds
I
like
don't
you're right.
care?
If you give,
I don't care if I'm
Okay.
right or wrong, bro. Like, I'm
okay,
giving
so
you
you're
my
on the fence
perspective.
then.
No, I'm not on the fence.
I feel like
literally
I'm
said,
right. I feel like I'm
oh,
right.
I don't.
So that's the
Okay,
way I'm going to speak.
and then I say I got my opinion, and you got yours, and that's it. Like, what else? What else? What else more can I do after that?
You can,
Like,
well,
what do you want me to
you
do?
can say that. Well, you can say that you don't give a shit, and I can say that I
You
do.
You want me to?
So then
Yeah,
now
'cause
my opinion
the
carries
reason
more
why I
weight than
say
yours.
the reason why I don't give a shit is because after I say what I say, and you don't agree with it. That's literally what it is. That's what's it. What more do you want me to do? You want me to dig my hand through the phone or something and give you a blowjob?
Nope.
Like, what do you want?
Hey,
Whoa,
no
hold on there now.
Oh, my
Don't go
bad, my bad.
overboard. Don't go over there. Don't
What
go
you mean
overboard
go
there.
overboard, man? This is
What I mean
like,
is,
don't
you
get
said
your
that
feelings now.
some. No, you just said that some people don't care though, and that doesn't. It's on the fence. If you say you don't care, you're on the fence. I do care,
No,
so my
no,
opinion
I
should have
said
more weight than yours.
I was talking about what he was saying with the liberals and all them. And he said some people would agree with it. And then I said, yeah, of course. Some people, not all liberals would agree with it, and not all non-liberals would agree with it. But you are always going to have people that's going to agree with it, not agree with it, or just not care what people say and keep it pushing.
Fine. So we're let's go there. Let's go there, and then we'll go like this. In general, do you think that Democrats care more than Republicans, or is it the other way around?
About what?
Paying attention to politics.
You talking about like people like
paying attention to politics in general. So if
you talking about the people that are in politics, or you people talking about the people that's in the crowd?
General population, people who are in the crowd. If you're collecting a check and let's say a Democrat is in power and giving you that check, you're probably going to vote Democrat, and you don't even give a shit what the rest of their politics are. But Republicans might start paying attention to the politics a little bit more and paying attention to where that money's going, so on and so forth, which is, again, why I switched. I thought it was rather remarkable the way that the Democrats posed themselves back in, say, the 90s, because they tried to help our poor. But now you can't help the poor of the entire world. It doesn't work that way. So now I'm saying, who knows more about politics, Democrats or Republicans?
The people in the crowd. I think just because you're paying attention to politics doesn't mean that you know anything. But I would say a lot of motherfuckers don't on both sides. I don't know who
knows more. Though? That's what I'm asking.
I said I don't know, but as far as social media is concerned, as far as people that I see in the streets, like I would say majority of my friends, I don't know what their political affiliation is. They might be Democrat. It seems like they pay attention a lot. And then it seems like when you go on social media, but you see Republicans and Democrats on there, but social media is a small part of the overall population. So I would say it's probably 50-50.
It's a simple question,
I don't know.
Friend. It's like,
I don't know.
Who do you believe?
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you asking in terms of political affiliation, like who would be like more informed?
Yeah, like the issues, you know what I'm saying? Like where the money's going, what the issues are, right? I find it odd that at the moment when Trump starts yapping about it's a fixed election, these things, all of a sudden, guess what happens? There goes our debates, right? We don't have debates anymore. Why? Oh, this COVID thing. Oh, my ass. Now they don't even want to do debates anymore. They didn't even really do any last election. Why is that? We've always had elections, debates for elections, but they wanted to just cancel all of them. Very interesting to me. It's because people don't want to hear what the Democrats have to say because they sound fucking stupid. Kamala Harris can't debate worth a fucking shit. Excuse my language again. Excuse my language, but I'm sorry, but I'm very passionate about thinking that she is just one of the dumbest people to ever run. So I think that Democrats don't want to hear how dumb their candidates actually are. And in the actual issues, they will hear that the Republican actually has better viewpoints, if that makes sense. But I could be wrong, but I think I'm definitely right.
I mean,
sorry about the swearing. I'm sorry, man.
No, but did they debate though at all?
They did once. I think he debated Kamala once, and he debated Biden once.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, because everything happened so fast now.
They kind of did.
Yes, that's correct. But they used to have like a string of like 5 debates.
Yeah, and on many networks too. I think Kamala like fronted on going like for an interview on Fox, and she I think she didn't agree to do a debate on Fox neither, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but why? It's like she's running. They're all running because they know they're going to get crushed on all of the topics. Like that will have no answers. And Kamala was the queen of the word salad. You know what I'm saying?
Well, like also too, like
the other one's not. Oof.
Like to your point though, I think like the fact that she didn't want to like have a debate on Fox or interview on Fox, it was kind of like accepted, you know, like, oh well, like they're bigots or like what, like whereas in the past it's like, you know, they would hold that against you, like the fact that you didn't want to walk into, you know, what's considered enemy territory or like you know the opposing party, you know. But again, like that's something that's more accepted, like among liberals. Though liberals kind of like will like excuse their politicians from you know, not debating like or not showing up to events like Biden did in 2020.
Hold up, hey, I got a question. L, have you ever heard of EAW speakers?
I don't think so, Mike.
What
is that?
I got these speakers. It was $1,000. I looked on eBay. They're $1,000 for 2
audio speakers. No, I never.
Yeah, and then I bought the dude off of Facebook for $200.
Good, nice.
So they sound good, but I got a fucked up amp. But
you're cursing again. No, but and also too with Biden's history, like you know, Biden was I've been in tune with politics since I was a youngster. Like Biden, like was laced with Obama, like or they put Obama to run with Biden because Biden was supposedly a centrist Democrat, but Biden was like a racist Democrat historically. It's like he was a prick, you know. And they paired him and Obama up, you know, because people thought that like that black candidate would look too liberal, like so they paired him up with the most.
How many days is she, but then again, like I was thinking about like those debates, right? That and all that stuff. She didn't really have that long to run, but I think that they Biden should
Here,
have.
let me
Hold
while you
on.
gather your
My
thoughts,
thought ain't
right?
done. My thought ain't done. Hold up now. I
I
think
know.
Biden should have gone, let her take the reins a long time ago. Or they should have found another candidate or something a long time ago, and I don't think they could have figured it out in enough time. And she didn't have that. She didn't have that long to run, but
Okay.
still, is that if you're gonna run, you know, you put people around you to prepare you for what's to come and all that stuff. But
Right.
you know, it
So,
is
Mike,
what it is,
I have
bro.
a question. I have a question for you, Mike.
Okay.
So, Mike, I don't know who you voted for or whatever, but don't you think that you can tell that Joe Biden was at the very least senile when he was running against Trump the first
I think
time?
anybody that over the age of 80 shouldn't be or about to hit the age of 80 shouldn't be running.
That's not my question, though. That wasn't
Hold
my
on, I'm
question. You
done, dog. Come on, man. Relax. I think that even Stevie Wonder can see that.
what?
Yeah,
That
but
Biden was senile at the least,
No, I
right?
don't think he was.
But
I don't think he was. I don't think he was senile, but I think that
wow,
his health was significantly deteriorated.
which is
That doesn't
mental
mean the
health.
mind. That does not mean
No,
the
it's
mind is
mental health.
gone. That does
No,
not mean
I'm
the
talking
mind is
about his
I'm
gone.
talking
mental
about
health
the mind specific,
specifically. So,
but like the mind
No, I'm
specific.
not talking about mental. I'm not talking. I don't know if his mental health is gone, but clearly you can see the way he walked,
no, we're not
the way
talking
he
about
moved.
that. Of course, he's old, man. He's physically old, right? But
Yeah, he
I'm
can
talking about
barely
mentally.
the
Could
wind.
you
I
tell
don't think.
before,
I don't know. I
Mike?
know they.
You're
I
avoiding
know.
the question, Mike.
I said I don't know. I was talking about you could
Okay, so
significantly
you're
tell.
saying your answer is no. You could not tell.
I literally said I'm not his mental health. I literally
I
said,
could
but
definitely,
his health overall,
tell. I
he
could
was
definitely tell his
he was
mental health
fighting.
was not good.
Okay, that's your opinion, dog.
I know. Hey, listen.
I don't care if you see it
It's
as a
coming,
fact or
Mike.
whatever. That's you. You asked me, I
Mike,
told
hold
you.
on. Mike, hold on for a second. I'm one of those that even if the president that I didn't vote for wins, I'm going to pray for that person because I want them to make the best decisions for the land that I live in. So I could tell, though, that he was not in any kind of shape mentally. Like
Okay.
his brain was having problems. It was obvious.
Okay.
But the problem is then if you look at it and some people like start questioning it now, it's like, well, who did you vote for and why? Well, I just voted for the other guy because I didn't like Donald Trump. Well, so you voted for some guy that you knew his brain was not too good? Why would you
I
do that?
mean, people did the same thing with Kamala Harris and Trump. They just said, "Oh, I don't like her." They don't know. They didn't know none of her policies or nothing. People
She
did the
was
same thing
She
pushing
with
was
out
a
there though.
people did the same thing with Obama. They just looked at him and said, "No." So it's
I
kind of
looked
like,
at him and I heard him speak and I said yes. I was like,
and
this guy
so it's like
speaks
I don't go
great.
by whoever speaks the nicest. But
No, he
um,
spoke clearly. He spoke on
I don't go
topic.
by that.
He was able to crush every uh, specific topic that he was addressed a question with. I was like, this guy is straightforward, and he sounds brilliant, and he does not stutter, and he doesn't really seem like he need a prompter. Nothing. I'm gonna vote for that guy. I voted for Obama both times.
No,
I
and
don't
also
go by that.
like I saw Biden's brain rot pre 2020. Like, and Biden
Okay.
was like, even when he was with when he was Obama's vice president, he would have slip ups here and there when he would talk. But when he was presented on the stage to run against Trump around 2020, you started seeing a severe deterioration. Like when he said that the pressure, like he would like do these run on phrases, like but from 2020 to Biden had the debate against Trump in 2024. Like I saw a ton of Biden mental errors, and he wasn't out there often. Like they would try to sequester Biden, they would hide him. Like he wasn't out in the public speaking or giving speeches that often. And limited times that he did speak, he would screw up almost every time, or fall, or do something crazy. But when you would say like, and I remember like in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, like Biden has mental issues, they would gaslight you and say, oh, well, like that's a cheap fake video, or like that they edited a video, or that's a conspiracy theory. Like, you know, it was up until like Biden failed on the debate stage in 2024 where like it kind of became okay, like, and not people call you some conspiracy theories for you to say that Biden was mentally screwed up.
Yeah, he was walking around like Anthony Yard in the 7th round.
But there were still people, even like after Biden screwed up in the debate stage, Michael, like people that we know on YouTube that still said, I'm still gonna vote for Biden, like, you know, before.
Yeah, but people, but that's the thing is like the fixation just on one side and not the other. Like I like I see it. I you know, that's your business, whatever. But people do that on both sides. Like I keep saying this whole thing in my head. I keep saying this thing to people over and over again. Like when it comes to Superman, when you was a kid, a lot of people wouldn't believe that Superman would get his ass whooped. And even when Superman get his ass whooped, people was sorry. Even when Superman, hold up. Even when Superman would get his stop, man.
Out there, bro.
Stop,
I'm not gonna be able to
stop. Let me
understand
finish
you.
what I'm saying. Let me finish. It's okay. But even when Superman get his butt whooped, people would still make excuses or deny it. And that's what human beings do. Superman get his butt on both sides. People will see somebody they see somebody they want them to win, or they want the other guy to fail, and they'll make all kind of excuses for them. They'll make all kind of things for them. That people do that stuff on both sides.
But Mike, so I've heard people who vote Democrat say that they just voted for Biden because they believe that the presidency is just a puppet show, like a face to the name of president, and so they voted because Biden, even though they knew he was mentally disabled, because they just didn't like Trump.
Okay,
but
okay.
If you can agree with that, then it'd be like, well, I mean, so Trump's just a puppet face for the Republican Party. Why wouldn't you? Who cares at that point? But
that's whatever people make up in their head to vote for somebody. Like we're not going to be able to change those people. People say all kind of stuff on why they voted for Trump to me. I don't care. I take it for what they say. I say, okay, yeah, that sounds cool. I wouldn't do that, but okay.
Yeah, but I think in the left or among liberals, they're way
like
more tribalized, bro. And you gotta admit that. Like they're more like you won't find liberals speaking about
I don't.
Hold on, you won't find many liberals calling out any liberal senator, regardless of how bad they screw up. You won't find many liberals calling out Congress people. In the right or in conservatives, like I can't stand Ted Cruz. I can't stand many people on the right. John Thornton, like from Texas. I could name like you know, and there's many people on the right and the conservative party that don't like Trump, like that voted for Trump and that say like, oh, he's screwing up, like, you know, I don't like his support of Israel, like, you know, and I'm not messing with him. Whereas on the left, it seems like it's just, I hate Trump, I hate Trump, I hate Trump. And that's their policy. Like, you know, like we're going to close the economy down, like, or we're going to close the government down to spite Trump. Like, you know, it's like basically the general crux of like the government shutdown among liberals, you know, and it's everything's based on hating on one dude, you know, like, and I don't think, but you see that more among the left than you do.
I don't.
Like,
You see that?
well, personally,
I know. I definitely do. Again,
Yeah. Well, you
why
two
would
do.
you vote? Why would you vote for somebody who like repeatedly forgets the names of the different countries' presidents or representatives or whatever? He's repeatedly messing up in the biggest ways, but you're going to vote for him anyways just because you know you don't like Trump. It doesn't make any sense unless you believe that the United States president is just a puppetry thing. And in which case, if that is the case, all the same strings are being pulled anyway. I want a Trump in there because he's going to be like, no, we're not going to allow this to happen. You know what I'm saying? We're going to go in there with some troops and we're going to scare the shit out of people. Excuse my language. You know what I'm saying? No, but that makes more sense than somebody who's going to be like, oh, let me tell you a story about, you know, the kids that used to rub my hair legs and my hairy legs in a pool or something like that. And how, you know, what's his name was a bad guy. You know what I mean? You know, the thing, come on, man. That doesn't play on the international stage at all. It doesn't play. You have to have somebody that's at least the face of your organization, country, whatever, who's going to be like, yeah, we're going to be stern, just like we always have. We have all the weapons, we have all the military, and no one is going to mess with us. And that's precisely what he does. And Biden wasn't doing any of that. And Kamala Harris, the czar of the border, never did anything. That was a completely empty chair in my estimation as far as an administration. All of them empty chairs. Pete Buttigieg, oh really? Why did you get put into that spot? Let me guess. DEI. You know,
look at whole
diversity
Trump
isn't
cabinet.
our-
How the hell they get there?
bro. Diversity is not our best what do you call attribute? It's not.
So how
You
we
need
win
to
the
have
Civil
some
War?
What's that?
How did we win the Civil War?
Well, we win the Civil War with people who just saying slavery is not a good thing for our country anymore.
Diversity.
That's why. No. That's the diversity was already there, my friend. It just people
Yeah,
who were like,
but that's one of our best attributes, dog. With
okay,
anything.
so let's say you're right. Let's say you're right. Now, as you got an example there, now let's go a little bit further into that example. So, if somebody says that reparations are owed, I want to hear your opinion on that now.
If somebody says reparations are owed, and you want to hear my opinion on that,
Yep.
and okay, cool, fine. Since you want to go to DEI, since you want to go from DEI to reparations, that's fine. I'll give you my take on that.
You want me to give mine first?
Sure. No problem.
You want me
Don't
to
get
give mine
offended,
first?
please.
You can give yours first. Mine be
Yeah.
long-winded, so go ahead.
No, and you'll be surprised. But I'm actually not opposed to reparations, believe it or not. Like, and not for everybody though. If they have tangible proof by way of doing like real in-depth investigations, and they find that your family suffered because of slavery, like I wouldn't be opposed to some sort of reparations for some of those individuals. But again, like I'll just keep it short and sweet.
So, Dub, are you against reparations?
No, like you got all that. Like
No, I just want to know if he is. I just want to get it out of the way before I go on my little.
No, you get to answer. You get to answer the question. I posed the question, so you don't get to push it back at me.
No. I'm gonna answer your question. You don't have to be all snippy and
all that stuff.
If you don't want to answer the question, that's fine.
No, I'm gonna answer the question, dog. I have no
Then go ahead and do
problem.
it. I was the one who.
All right,
posed
I'll answer the question because
Answer it.
obviously, you probably wouldn't ask two white guys if they oppose reparations. I would assume that. I don't know if it's true or not, but I would assume you wouldn't. In this circumstance, but let's go down the history line, right? I think black folks should have been got reparation. I think black folks are owed reparations.
What about
right? Africans, I think that's a whole another set of thing that they should do on their own because it's two different things.
So you think Africans should get some reparations too?
If you want to go by how many Africans that were killed in to divide Africa, and then to so all these countries claim the pieces of Africa, and then how they taken resources and everything from Africa.
What's American reparations though? I'm saying American reparations.
Yeah, I think black folks like myself should get reparations on what happened to their ancestors because their ancestors were never paid.
What about black Africans that are in America?
Black Africans that are in America, they should get their reparations from the country in which they come from if they file.
What do you mean?
The Africans that come and migrate on their own and then come by a boat?
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
So like who should pay? Like, do you think they should get something too?
You see what happened to Africa? You know the history of Africa? You see what happened?
In terms of what America has done to Africa?
Belgium, France, Spain.
Saying, like, as far as America,
they can hit them up.
No, I'm saying as far as America cutting checks.
Man, let me just talk about my perspective because I answered the question and I don't think you're is missing a translation. I'm trying to get this out.
But before you go though, like I'm just saying, like let's say if you're an African cat that got here in the 70s, as far as America cutting checks to people for
you go back to Africa, ask if your country fouls with the country that wronged them, then you should get the check from that.
So who do you think should qualify for American reparations?
People like me. I mean, you know this. You ask me a question, you know the answer to.
What about like
you know the reparations, you know what we're saying. You know what black folks has been saying for a very long time. You know what I'm saying? And you ask me a question, you already know the answer to.
Oh no, I ain't asking. Dub asked.
Yeah, no, but you just asked the question.
I definitely.
Right? But
I was the one.
I know you asked, but El Foul Play just asked the question. So I'm telling him, but he know the answer to the question. So what I'm saying is,
I ain't know the answer either.
So
I think where he was going though with that, I think where he was going was kind of
no. Let me finish. Oh, wait a minute. How you gonna interrupt? How you gonna interrupt? How you gonna interrupt? No. We don't need to clear up because I'm about to say what I gotta say.
I'm trying to clarify.
It's over. No, let me finish because you don't want to answer my question, but now you want to interject.
Hold on.
So let me take over. No. Ain't no need for that.
I want you to go, Mike. I'm saying that.
Yeah, ain't no. Yeah.
Clear, like
I asked a simple question to him. He didn't want to answer it, but now he want to interject. Come on, bro. So
no,
the reason why I think
I'm waiting for my.
You gonna get your answer. Come on, man. Come on. You gonna get your answer, bro. All right.
I'll get my answer. Thank you.
Well, I don't know what your stance is, but I'm gonna say this, right? So black folks was shipped over here, right? Not only was they shipped over here, there was rules and regulations put on them, right? There was ways of breaking them down mentally and physically. And then after the years upon years of slavery, then you had this thing called Jim Crow. And then this thing with Jim Crow, all the slaves were so-called free and all this shit, supposedly getting a check. And then since the slave master owned the land, the slave master sometimes charged them rent. There wasn't no you work for 4 hours or 8 hours a day. It was you work sun up and then you work sun up to sundown. You see what I'm saying? And you may get $3 a day, you might get 50 cents a day, you might get whatever. And then when you go to collect your check at the end of the day, then you sometimes they even get deductions because he might own the land. He might own your personal mule that you're doing your own stuff on so you can make it through the winter and stuff like that. You might borrow some seeds from him, and now he's probably charging you more interest than a damn package store down the damn street. That's what you call stores back in the days. You see what I'm saying? And then you had the whole thing where if a black person didn't have a job, they arrested him. And then years upon years of stuff that black folk had to endure in this country.
Can I give my response though?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, well, what if I told you I'm part Blackfoot and I own this land? So what do I get?
Okay, Indians got reparations, but you need to go down to find out where that tribe is. I'm being real. I mean, y'all supposed to if you black folk, and
Thank
you can prove
Mike.
it, you got free tuition, you got free college.
Mike, no, I don't want free college, bro. I want that big ass paycheck, the one that says you own the land. So my paycheck should be bigger than yours, actually, because my claim ain't I'm from Africa, bro.
Well,
my claim is that I'm actually native to the land, so I owned all of it. But for a certain amount of it. But however, let's just look at it this way, Mike. Let's both try to settle this in a fair manner. So if it was deemed that everything could be settled for $50 trillion, wouldn't that sink the entire United States? Therefore, I will pass on that check. Keep it.
Do it. You could pass up on whatever you want to pass up on.
You still want your check though, huh?
I don't think it's gonna be
my land, man.
I don't think it's gonna be 40. Stop, bro. Stop. Like you asked me the question and then I'm answering, talking, and then you just interrupt on it. I mean, I know you know the answer. I know you know what I'm about to say, but let me say it.
It's gonna bankrupt the entire country. I can't do that.
We are bankrupt, bro. Like, no, what are you talking about? Yeah, we are. We already how many trillions are we in debt already?
And you want to double that up?
No, hold on.
What is it going to do?
But also too, like when I gave my statement on like that I wouldn't be opposed to reparations, it would be through rigorous investigations. Like not everybody gets the same amount. Like because there's a lot of like I'm sorry, like and you know being African American or just straight black wouldn't be automatic qualifier like to get the same amount of reparations.
I get that. I get that. Behold, here's the problem though, right? Because I am part Native American, my friend. You wouldn't be able to tell by looking at me. You'd think I was straight up white. So I've had my grandma. I talked with my grandma, and she was talking with different parts of our family before she passed away, right? And she was like 80 when she passed away. And I never got the whole paper trail on it, but I know she would not have looked into that if it wasn't worthwhile. So I am part Native American. Do I get anything? And then the problem becomes is, well, let's just say that Native Americans who can't prove certain percentages of their ancestry, they just get nothing. And then I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I guess the rules are the rules. So then the problem on the other side is, let's say they went with ADOS. I know what ADOS is, American Descendants of Slavery, right? That's ADOS. So if they just said ADOS was supposed to get some money, then would that satisfy the entire group of black people? The answer is going to be no, and they're all still going to claim the same shit. So that is the problem we face. We have to understand that we've been given what we've been given in our life.
Well,
God
come on, bro.
made
Like,
things this way.
yeah,
You will, but see, you're going to bankrupt the entire system. Take everyone down with you
it's
just
not going to
because
break wood.
you
And I
were
don't know.
slaves. You took my land, bro.
I didn't take it.
Whoever wants to respond to that, you
I
took my
didn't take
land.
it.
You're
So what
on
the
my
fuck are you
land.
talking about?
You're on my land, bro. I'm an Indian.
I mean, it ain't no more, I guess.
But see how it clashes, though, bro.
No, it don't. It
No,
don't
my
clash.
and-
Like,
and-
see, that's what I
does
was trying to interject and say something, but you just keep whatever you have in your mind, right?
Bro, it
you think it's
clashes, though.
you believe it's right.
You're from
And that's
Africa,
A-okay.
man. I'm a Native
finish?
American.
Can I
You're
finish?
from Africa.
Can I finish? Whatever you have in your head, you believe is right, and that's A-okay.
No,
But I
don't-
have something
that's
else
not
in
the
my
case,
head.
bro. That's not
I
the
don't-
case.
I-
I'm trying to
and I-
be fair
that's-
to
and that's
everyone in the
A-okay.
country.
Can I finish? That's A-okay, right? What I'm saying is, I don't know. I don't know. It's not going to be 40-something trillion. And at the same time, is not everybody is going to qualify, because I can prove.
How much do
I
you
can
want?
prove.
How much do you want? What's going to make you
I'm
happy?
gonna let them figure it out.
How much do you want? Though?
I'm gonna let
What will
them
make
figure
you
it out.
happy? Well, here's
Can
the thing
I
is,
even
I don't
finish
ever wanna-
without you interjecting?
Mike,
I just
don't ever
answered
wanna
your
do-
question,
but
bro.
Here's
Just
the problem,
answered.
Mike.
Let me finish what I was
Michael-
saying. You keep
Mike.
interrupting me, and I can't
No,
speak
I'm not
because
trying
you
to
feel
interrupt you at this
so
point.
freaking
Oh,
adamant about what you got to say that you have to interject
one
me
at a
every
time,
time
bro.
you have something pop up in your head. You gotta let me
Mike.
finish. It's okay.
Yeah.
Let me finish. It's okay to sit there a little bit. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much and all that stuff, but something for what was did to my ancestors. Now you could say, well, we've been given what we given. I can't figure out my stuff and all that shit. That's your business. That's how you feel. I don't think it's going to bankrupt the country, because if it was going to bankrupt the country, it would have been bankrupt a long time ago. Every single time that ticker goes up, that national debt ticker goes up, tick, 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 every minute, every hour, every second, that bad boy is going up, and it don't go. Stop! I'm not done. I'm not done, and it don't go down. Never has went down, and it keep going up. 10, 20 years from now, that thing's gonna be at 40 trillion,
Move along,
50 trillion,
Mike.
60 trillion. It's gonna keep going up. It's that the whole deficit thing is fictitious. They keep printing money out. More money, more money, more money.
Mike, you're word salading the shit out of this.
I'm not word salading. It's okay.
Yeah, you are.
I can say you word salad your things. You see the difference between me and you?
Mike,
No,
I
but
don't have to say nothing negative about nobody to get my point across. I don't have to talk shit about nobody to get my point across. I say what I say, and I mean what I say. I could be wrong as all out of doors,
Oh my
but I'm gonna say what I say, and I'm gonna stand on it.
Let's agree on both parties. We don't got to get into the or let's not get into the crux of like whether it would bankrupt the nation or not. Like just get into the crux.
Sure.
Of
Okay.
It's
Behold. My one question to Mike is, though, how much would make you, Mike, feel like you are comfortable enough to let the issue go? How much do you personally want? Don't say somebody else can figure it out and all that stuff, because you might end up
to let what issue go? To let what issue go?
Slavery.
To let go what was happening to my people go.
Yeah.
To not ever speak about it again, not ever bring it up.
How much
to let it go? No. Is that what you mean?
Mike, I'm trying to answer here. Look, how much money do you want for reparations? You personally, how much money do you want to let it go and never have it be spoken of again ever on your part? And as a matter of fact, tell others that the reparations got paid. So how much do you need, Mike?
It's not the fact is how much I need, is how much overall is going to cost.
The
It's the
U.S.
same
No,
thing,
no,
Mike.
but let's not factor. Yeah,
No, that's what it is.
It's too
Because that's what the overall thing is for me. Not how much money I can get in my pocket, is how much overallly the damages are going to be.
Mike,
overall
you're
pie.
not but you're struggling to answer the question. I know it's a tough question.
I
to
do. I
answer.
didn't
I
struggle
know
to
that's
answer the
not
question.
easy.
I answered it. What's wrong with you?
How much is it though? What's the dollar number, Mike?
I don't know. I don't know how much should it be. What I'm supposed to say? It's supposed to be 20 trillion.
But
I'm supposed
so,
to.
okay.
I ain't never
So
did the
here's the thing.
research. First of all, you want me to answer a question? I ain't never did the research on how many black folks that maybe average could possibly get it to come out with a number. You just want me to throw something out.
Okay, so the problem then becomes if the number got just straight up given to you, and then later on you spent all of your money, and then you were like, that wasn't enough, then the problem ends up rearing its ugly head again, and you're right back to slavery complaining. That's the problem.
No, I'm still gonna bring it up.
You have to come up with a number.
No,
You have to be able to negotiate these things, Mike.
No matter how much money that be given to my pocket, it's never gonna make it's never gonna make me stop talking about it.
So why should anyone give you anything, Mike?
Okay, so why did the Holocaust survivors get it? Why did the Asian people in the internment camps get it?
What are you talking about?
They still bring it up. They still talk about it.
Yeah, no, but they're not getting. They're not.
Yeah, I know, right,
bro?
They did.
They're not asking for reparations,
but they got it.
They got it. What are you talking about,
bro?
But also, too, that's a good point on both ends. It's a good point because they did get broken off, some of them, and they still bring it up, pretty much all of them. But going back to like what I was saying, that's why it would have to be under rigorous investigations to get paid off.
Yeah, but okay, so
and not everybody would get the same thing though, because like not every Jewish guy got reparations, but Jewish people.
Behold, do you see? Because I'd rather talk with you on this one because I know that you're a little bit more removed from the situation. Can you
also,
see
before you get to your point, Dub?
Yeah,
maybe not even 10 years ago, I was pro every African American getting, or every so-called African American getting reparations, but I have I'm not on that train any longer in 2025. You know, and I'm not. And again, I let off with saying that I wouldn't be opposed to reparations, but it would have to go through a real stringent investigation. And different people would get different stuff, and there'd be qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand that you have a soft spot, so to say, right? I'm not saying that you're wrong or right or whatever.
There's a reason why I'm saying this, too.
But you do understand that there's going to be people who say, I don't want to negotiate. They'll just give me something, and then they get their something, and then the money runs out, and then they're like, well, I didn't get enough. Well, you didn't step in the negotiating table with a monetary number in mind. So at that point, like, you failed on your negotiations. You got your reparations, and you're still going to complain about the same topic. So we're going to end up with the same fights, and it's going to happen over and over and over again. Meanwhile, the rest of society, because you got this big boost, is going to suffer because we basically burnt 20 million, 30 million, however many million. We just doubled our national debt to try to give you what you wanted. I mean, and at the same time, I'm sitting here telling you honestly that if you saw me, you would say I'm the whitest of the white. And I'm going to tell you, this is my land. So what do I get? And I'm not going to get a damn thing. So whatever. My people got straight up, they didn't even get slavery. They got butchered. So whatever. What do you want me to say?
No, I mean, and I don't even get tied up in like having a riveting, like a rivalry over it, you know, or like because I honestly like, do I see it? Like I don't see it happening, but fucking I don't know. I think it would only happen in like my honest, like I would honestly say that they would maybe try to pop it off to crash the economy. Like people that run the world, like bad players that run the world would use that as an excuse, possibly like to purposely, supposedly, oh, we're the economy crashed because of this, you know, and that would set off more tribalism, more beef, more like fighting, you know, like and that's what they want us to do at the end of the day.
I wouldn't give it to them in a billion years. You got your freedom. You should be happy. Your people sold you into slavery. Actually, if you want to be real about it, your own people sold you into slavery. And if you want to blame somebody else besides your people, go blame the Islam people. They're the ones who like control slavery in a huge portion of history.
So you're saying,
don't blame me.
so you're saying, but the tactics that were used during slavery in America, that should be excused too. So Jim Crow should be excused too.
Bro, they were
But
just,
Jim Crow's not
here
slavery.
you go.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Hold on, no. Don't try to.
I'm just saying.
You're just saying.
No. You don't. Because
Oh my god.
because
Yeah,
why
you
the
can't
fuck?
talk after the
Why
guy
the fuck
tries to
did
make
you
a
have the
point.
need? Why did you have the need to bring up DEI and then reparations?
I don't think he brought it up back to back though.
He did.
Here's the thing, buddy.
Did he?
Here's the thing, buddy. So you just brought up two separate issues.
No.
then
I'm asking you. Why do you have the
Okay,
need
yeah.
to even bring it up? And then
no,
say,
you just
suck it
buried
up.
the point that I was making. You just buried the point that I was making.
No. I'm asking you. Why?
Listen, you just tried to bury the point that I was making, which was A, you can either blame your own people for selling them
No.
into slavery.
Why do you have the need to even bring it up?
Because these
We
are
were talking about
facts.
everything else. And out of
These
the
are
blue.
facts.
No. We were talking about everything else with current events.
Sir,
And
if you
want to bring this bad boy pre-1776.
Because you're not letting me speak now, and I have several different things that I want to say.
No,
to
I want you
defend-
to answer the question. I answered yours.
No. I have several things I would like to say, and if you'd allow me to say them, because you brought up a bunch of things, just allow me to get this off, and then I will answer your question. So
No, just answer
here's
that
the thing.
first. That's the only thing I asked. That's the only thing I
What's your
asked, bro.
question? What's your question?
Why did you have the need to bring it up?
Sir, because we were talking about reparations.
No, you brought up reparations.
Mm-hmm.
So why did you have the need to bring it up?
I don't believe that diversity is one of our strengths here. That's not the
So
way it
based off
goes.
of me saying diversity is not one of our biggest strengths, is a reason why you brought up reparations.
I'm not sure exactly why it got brought up. That was like probably a half an hour ago. Sorry, my brain doesn't last that long. But
No,
now
but I mean,
I'd like to go back.
Just,
I'd
okay,
like to go
well, just
back
cop a
to
plea
address-
then. You copping the
I
plea.
would-
No, but like,
I would
listen,
like
like
to-
I think that this is a,
You cop the
no, but this
plea.
is a riveting conversation, though, honestly, because like, how often do you get
No, but-
like?
So, but let me get back. Let me get back really quickly. Let me get back really quickly, though, just really quickly. So, A is that your own people sold you into slavery. B is it's more than likely that it was from Islam that you were in the trade to
wasn't-
begin with.
It wasn't just
And
my own
C,
people.
And hold on. And C is that if you weren't bought, you would probably be what? Dead. So
Probably
what's your
not,
problem?
but
I'm not getting
actually, if all them countries would have stayed the hell out of Africa, it'd be a lot better. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I can agree
So-
with that. It would be better
so-
for you, but
So it probably wouldn't be better for you either. But
it would have been better
um,
for me. I'm like I said, I'm Native
Bro,
American, so I don't have to worry
bro,
about it.
if a whole chain of events happened, you don't know what would happen. We don't know what this
All-
world would be right now.
All of,
But
all of
like
this
I was
stuff is a
saying,
non-factor.
But like I was
all of
saying,
this is a non. but all this stuff is a
Oh
non-factor
man, like
for
I was
me.
trying to say,
I'm Native
it
American.
wasn't just my own people selling them to slavery. Because what happened was the motherfuckers went up in those goddamn countries.
But you're not
Stop,
understanding
bro.
that it's a
Let me finish.
non-factor for
Let me finish. I know it's
a
a known fact.
non-factor.
It didn't,
I
but it
own this
didn't
land.
happen like that
I own
everywhere.
it.
It didn't
own the
happen
land.
like that, bro. I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to give you some knowledge. It didn't happen like
Oh.
that everywhere in Africa.
I don't
So some
accept your
people were
knowledge 'cause
sold.
you're
Some
not-
people
you
were.
Address
Some
my
people were.
points then.
Dude,
Address my
some people
point.
were. Fuck your point, dude. You brought up reparations for some sick ass reason.
Spurging.
No
For some
cursing, no cursing,
sick
man.
ass reason, and you didn't want to answer it, and you copped the plea trying to answer
Bro,
it,
you're
and you
spurging. You're
blamed it
really
on
mad.
that you had
You're really angry now.
a Biden
Calm
mental
down.
lapse.
Calm down. Calm down.
No, I
We're
am
trying
calm.
to establish
I'm
a couple
just-
of things. We're trying to
There's
establish a couple of
there's
things.
nothing to establish. You're trying to establish. I'm not.
Yeah, I know.
Who
I know.
is
You just
we?
want everyone to get to the end and say
No,
you get your reparations.
no, you already
but then I
answered
say
it, and now
A,
you keep wanting to talk about reparations, so you can
but then I
actually
say
sound
A.
like you actually making sense to somebody, and you're not.
No, but then okay.
No,
So I'm going to go
guys,
through my
listen.
points in a reverse manner. Then go ahead.
If
Hold on.
you said you don't believe in getting
Listen,
reparations because it's gonna crash the economy,
Nah,
it's
listen,
over.
this conversation goes nowhere besides like people getting pissed off at each other ultimately. But politically, I mean, like, liberals don't often bring up the fact that they want to, even like black liberals, I don't see them a lot of times mentioning the reparation conversation, which is like and you can't front like they do. Like,
I know they do. I know.
No,
they
no,
do.
like
They're
politically,
channel
like to push it forward, like the best they do is like maybe push a study, but they don't push like as far as actual like payments of reparations. Liberals
This dude asked about reparations, already knowing where he's gonna head the question to.
Who, me?
No, Dub.
No. I mean,
He already knew he was going to ask. He already knew he was going to end the question too.
In spite of
that's why he wanted me to answer first before he answered my question.
Okay, hey, can you hold it up? Behold, can you just hold him up for a second? Like, come on, man. Let's be kind of. He's just doing. He's really angry about it. So
I'm not angry, bro. I'm saying what you did. I know what you did. You already knew what you were going to answer with. That's why you waited for me to answer, and that's why you didn't want to answer my question that I asked you. Did you believe in giving reparations? That's why you said no. Hold on.
Hold up. Yeah, now I can say that you're correct in a manner, but that's because I know where I come from too. You're claiming that you come from Africa.
Where you come from has nothing to do with that.
See, but no, you're not. You won't let me speak because I know that you like to do that. Now, I'm telling you that I am Native American. This is my land, brother.
It was.
Oh, it was. So what do I deserve? Nothing.
I literally told you. I mean, it sucks with your situation.
Get reparations for stealing my land.
It sucks for your. I didn't steal your land, but it sucks.
Well, somebody did.
I mean, but which side? The white half of you stole it? Because you're not 100%.
Well, you're not 100% African. You're not 100% African either.
I'm what? 90%.
No, you're not.
90%.
Whatever. Then you're 10%.
I did DNA test. My DNA test says 90%.
Got what? So whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Get over it, man. Go get a job.
I don't have to get over. Dude, I own my house. So
good.
I don't have to get over this. And this is my second house I bought. So I don't have to get over nothing.
I'm very happy for you for that. Believe that.
I don't because you're trying to tell me to lace up by my bootstraps. Bro,
no, I'm saying
I can do whatever I want to do.
In a general sense, that is what reparations are saying. They can't do it. So I'm glad that you have your house, bro. You believe that. All right.
I mean, bro, like I'm not like man, come on, bro. Like
you're obviously obviously not.
I don't think anybody should get over an atrocity like that happened to their ancestors. I don't think anybody should get over that. I don't think anybody should get over that.
But there's okay, so then I can never get over it though, because I'm telling you that
And
I'm
that's okay. But I'm not trying to tell you not live your life. I'm not trying to tell you to put your best foot forward.
But you're asking, okay, but people who are of an ADOS descendancy are asking for reparations, and I'm saying that's going to bankrupt our entire country.
No, but what you fail to understand is not all black people deal with that ADOS. ADOS is a group, first of all, and FBA is a group, first of all, second of all, and they're trying to control the narrative around reparations and who should get it and who shouldn't get it.
Yeah, that's why it'll never work.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but that group is mainly on social media. Like the people,
it doesn't matter. So because then what's going to happen, man? If ADOS says ABC people are in and they get money,
they don't have a say.
D, E, and F don't get money. They're still
But ADOS don't have a say.
Slavers.
The people who head ADOS or whatever the case may be, they're not going to have a say.
It doesn't matter. You're going to end up with the same scenario, though. Sorry, I'm gonna. I'll let you behold. I'll let you take it back over. And,
like the reason, like part of the reason why my stance is like not switching up, but like changing on this.
Yeah.
Because historically, there's always been slavery. Like other countries have like implemented it on other regions, countries, whatever the fuck have you. Sorry, I cursed. But it seems like there's an impetus on like driving that debate specifically in America, like, and I think that's not fair, as an American, because at the end of the day, I mean, like, whether we like it or not, or whether we're disenfranchised with the country or not, we're Americans. Like, we live here. We're not going to leave here. We're not going to get deported from here. Like we're, like our ancestries from here, more likely than not, but there's an impetus on only Americans or like to quarrel over the reparations debate, and that's not fair. Like,
I think it isn't. Don't you think it's kind of interesting? It does kind of correlate to the topic a little bit. It's a sliver though, because it's like everyone. I think. Well, at least me and you agree that the new version of immigration is not acceptable, because it just isn't. Like, if I'm sitting here saying, wait a second, I'm Native American, let's say I can make that claim. Let's say I could bring you paperwork and sit here and go and cry to you and say, this is my claim. I own this land. Like, I once owned this land. My people did. And then I'm like, just sitting there going, but why can't, I mean, I don't even need anything. I have what I need. You guys you're tearing everything apart though. You know what I'm saying? But you got different factions that are saying, well, I want reparations. And I'm like, no, you don't get none. This is my land.
Hey, I gotta go because I gotta get up early and drive in this icy ass roads around there. We got a snowstorm advisory.
Yeah, I gotta
drive an hour in the morning.
Drive
all right,
buddy.
I'm gonna
drive slow.
Yo, but like Mike and Dub, I hope you guys have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
No, but behold, I want to talk to you. Give me like 2 minutes with you. Yeah, yo, right on, brother. You take care.
Thanksgiving though too. I'm gonna shut it down right
Thanksgiving to you. Too. Yeah. So, but the issue though, it does become one of claims, and if I'm sitting here and I'm telling you, again, if I'm telling you I'm a Native American and I'm like, wait, I owned this land, and everyone say it's stolen. And I'm like, yeah, you stole it from me. And then, but I don't want nothing. I just want everyone to relax, and what happened. Let's let the bygones be bygones. But then people want to say, oh, I want these reparations. And I'm sitting there going, this is going to kill the entire country, because it's going to double our supposed national debt to whoever we owe that to. Because who knows what's going on with that? You know what I'm saying?
The Transformers.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
The
they're just going to
underdog.
say you're going to accept more immigrants, then I guess, because that's what we want you to do. You want more, your a yearly gross GDP is you're only paying your interest. So guess what? Just take all of our worst immigrants and bring them into your country. And I'd be like, nope, I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't concentrate on these stupid reparations pieces and all the stuff. That's all part of the past. The only thing we can do is move forward. And I would
Nah,
say that even if whatever, whether you think I'm Blackfoot or not or whatever, I just know it would kill the country to double up our everything would cost like so much ridiculous and so many people would be affected. So it's like, but this is my country, man. My dad fought for this shit for sure in the military in one of our worst wars. And so I mean, I got backup on whatever I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I can
no,
get
I'm not
paperwork
doubting your
to show
claim.
you that I'm a Blackfoot or whatever you want. But it's not going to do anything though. It doesn't matter. I'm just a poor person. So it really doesn't matter. These papers are meaningless.
Nah,
It's
I don't.
not.
Nobody's doubting your claim, and honestly, like at the end of the day, like, and I mentioned the fact that it's not brought up, like, more so by liberals, like in any like real substantial way, like like let's say like you
Mhm.
don't hear like in spite of the fact that like I think Jasmine Crockett, that's her name, the congresswoman from Texas, that she
Sounds familiar, yeah.
yeah,
Crockett, yeah.
um it's like she's like a black congresswoman from Texas, and she's always race tripping, but she don't mention that like if they mention it politically, like whether like in Congress or in Senate, it's very rare, and they'll do like at most they'll mention it like as a study, and it's usually like a black congresswoman or a black senator, and it'll like be a thing that comes by in passing. But what you mentioned, like the ADOS, like a lot of these things that have popped up online, like in like recent history, like in the last like 4 years or so, they're just drivers like to get people riled up and to getting pissed off at each other. I don't think it's gonna happen, even if like some like in the woke Biden administration, like that's the wokest of the woke that we could get. And how often did he bring it up or make a mention of it? Probably zero. Like because he's not gonna pop it off, or like liberals won't pop it off. But I do see like and I do bad people think that bad people run the world, like behind the scenes, like people that we don't know of. Like I've
Yeah.
always thought, like at the end of the day, that if they ever tried to break it out like that, it would be like as a so-called excuse to like, oh, we're like in the greatest depression of all time because of the fact that we paid this out, like like where they would keep that in their back pocket.
Let me ask you one more thing, because I know you want to shut it down. You at John 3:16? Is that what you are? You at John 3:16?
What's that?
You know John 3:16?
Oh, the Bible. Oh, do I thought you said if I'm John. No, I know John 3:16.
Yeah, you subscribe to that, yeah?
I'm not Christian like that. I mean, like, but like you mean like for
Okay.
God loved the world like so much, like
Yeah, yep.
yeah, I'm with it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. You know,
Yeah.
I think
Are you
that's
Christian, Dub? I didn't ask.
was that?
Are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm Catholic. Yep.
Oh, nice. Yeah, nah.
Yeah.
Yo, Dub, I hope like when I do these live streams in the future, man, I hope you come back too. Like you're always welcome onto my channel. I'm actually cool with Michael Johnson from YouTube too. Like I've known him for
No, he seems like a very cool person, but I mean, we got to be able to, if we're going to talk about some topics, we got to be able to talk about the tough ones too, and try not to, you know
there
what I'm
should be
saying?
no
Yeah.
third rail topics. Like that's why I don't like doing purity tests in the midst of like discussing something like, oh, like, so you're one of those kind of people. Like, nah, I don't like,
Yeah.
because then that gets people like to not talk, like, especially white cats. I'm not gonna front,
No, that's all right.
but like, no, I'm not saying it as a bad thing. I think white cats should talk more, like not just amongst each other, like at times, like, like it's like thrown at a white cat, like, oh, so you're one of those racist cats, and like then they don't want to talk. That's bullshit, bro. Like as corny too. On top of that,
Well, I mean, so you said that you have black relatives. So do I. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's all over the spectrum, and that's what people should probably try to realize a little bit more, because for a lot of people that's the way it is. But
yeah,
nobody wants to get it. Nobody wants to understand it. They just want to pin you down by what you look like or what you sound like, and that's all you get. But I know a lot of shit, so
and a lot, and most times too, honestly, like shitheads that are good at like throwing some accusatory shit like at you at a whim, like kind of like get their way in these conversations, or like lead the tenor of it, and like, I mean, you kind of like it's whack. Like I hate like when people like how people discuss things nowadays, like because it gets that's why I was a liberal in the past, because liberals were cool about talking about anything like in the past, but now it's just like if you're tribalized, like it's always like kind of like
I've heard, not only with the jab thing. Yeah, somebody said I should die. Also, I ran into somebody who basically said, like, if you even support Trump in any way, I don't even ever want to talk to you. And I'm like, see, that's the thing. Because you have to be able to talk with one another,
so,
and so
less and less.
And that was around when I think it was, I don't know if it was HBO or somebody else was making a 5-part what do you call it, documentary about January 6th, and it only and it might not have been HBO, but whatever. They only got through part 2 because no one was watching. They canceled the rest of it, and I'm like, wow, okay. That just shows you. I mean, like, regardless of who's watching, if it's the truth, you're going to put it out there and you're going to eat the ratings. If you don't get the ratings, just eat them. But it just,
No, they probably had great ratings for this shit, and they fudged the numbers on their own.
Well, they yanked it
what
either
you're talking
way.
about, I didn't even hear about it. So, I mean, that goes to show you how well they promoted it, But I think is the one you're talking about the one that was done by Pelosi's daughter?
No, I don't think so. But I'm not completely sure. I mean, like, my life situation is a little bit more interesting maybe than other people's, meaning I've been through some strange times. But I do know that they had like a 5-part series that they were going to put through, and it only made it to like step 2 or 3. And they cut it off because no one was watching. But it's like, it's because, I mean, CNN, it comes out, or not CNN, what do you call it? BBC, where they totally they cut out Trump's speech, and they made it look like he said that to tell the people to go march down the street and be violent, But you can't do that. It's not putting everything in context, So I think people
they do that often with Trump too.
Fucking yeah, they do.
But also too, like Dub, you're living in the most. I tell people that the times that you're living in right now in 2025, present day, are probably the worst times in the history of man, and probably going to be some of the most interesting times. But because like right now,
I can't.
The media.
I can't believe that you're not I can't believe that you're not Christian in some form or fashion, or that you don't know anything about it, because
Oh
If
no,
you,
no, no. I
if
was
you,
raised Pentecostal. I know a lot
there
about
you go. Well,
Christendom and the I
yeah.
used to go to church 4 days a week. You know, speaking like my
Okay. Yeah.
like and I
I
read the
thought you were.
Bible 6 times.
I thought you were familiar just because you were basically anchoring people away from swearing, which made
Oh,
sense.
I
So,
swear
but
like a pirate. I just don't want to get my video. Like I've been on
yeah,
YouTube
but
for a while,
yeah,
and my subscriber number has remained at about 500 in perpetuity because YouTube doesn't like minorities that are conservative. That's my conclusion. But and I try to lately not swear as much, like in an effort to like not get my videos kiboshed as much. But no, I was
yeah,
raised super Christian. I was never. I'm not gonna lie to you though. Like even when I attended church, like I was never into it though. Like I was forced to go to church
yeah.
as a young man.
That's fine, man. I
Yeah,
mean, I think that well, for me, anyways, I could say I was at that at one point, and then like you read it, and then you're kind of a little bit more into it, and then you watch like people like God Logic, and then Christian Prince, all these people who are out there right now. There's a lot of them, and then but if you read through it 6 times, you know a lot. So you know what I'm saying, and you made the connections. I'm assuming like Old Testament, connections that are just like some of them can be a little out there, but if they make sense to you, then roll with it, bro. I mean, whatever. Like look. Here, I'll give you one. So like a John 17:5 and a Genesis 1:1. You have nowhere else to go. So your John 17:5 gives you Genesis 1:1. It's a prayer there. You can read it later. Do it on your own time. I don't want to push anything on you, but these are things that intellectually I think you would understand because your channel, I would actually give you some props as to the way you run it. You're not allowing people to go too far as talking over one another. You want to stay on topic, and your topics are, as far as I know, right, one time, but it's relevant. So hopefully you continue on at least making your topics relevant and trying to keep things in a manner where you're playing referee well enough to keep people tuned in. So, but
nah,
there you go.
definitely. And like I said earlier, like you're living at a time where the media is dying in front of our eyes. Like in spite, like if you think that the TV is telling you the truth, I mean, you're probably not smart. But like, there's a lot of people that are tuning away from like the TV in general, and a lot of the real news is coming from regular dudes like you and I. Like, I mean, in spite of the fact that YouTube is like censored and like the internet is changing like rapidly, like to where even a regular search is like whack now, like like, and that's happened like in the last couple of years. But everything
Yep.
we're getting to a real peak point of some variety. Like, I mean, things may get really shitty, but it could only go up from here. Like, and I try to tell that to young people, especially. These are really tough times to live in. Things
You
will
have
get
to
better.
be wise. Like you're saying, you have to be wise in where you're getting your information from, because the mainstream media is going to try to dumb it down so horribly that they say something like, well, you know what, if President Trump never put the guard over in DC, then those two people they would have never been shot. And it's like, well, that makes no fucking sense. You can
If you're
send the
tribalized, though, you'll run with that, though.
Hmm?
Like if you hate Trump, like then you'll be like, oh well, that makes all the sense in the
And it
world.
makes none. It makes none though, because Trump can send them anywhere he wants to, and it's legal. So, but they're spinning it to where they're trying to get people to believe that that's the case. They're just it's a form of gaslighting, let's say.
No,
It's
but
so
this was not like natural though. Like I've been in tune politically since I was like, I'm not gonna lie to you, like I've been like interested in politics since I was like 6 years old, and that's like Reagan era. Like I just
Wow.
always loved it. Like but
Dang.
I've never seen like the media is not gonna come back like from losing his reputation like that they've lost like now.
No.
Like even if you like Trump or hate Trump, a lot of people know that the TV's lying to them like in
Well,
the last 4 years with the jab,
It's moved.
Trump.
It's moved to a serious state of globalism, is what it's doing. I don't know if you're seeing the same thing. If you've
In
been
many
following
ways,
it
yeah.
that long, you've been following it way longer than I have. You know what I'm saying? But at
And
the same
I mean,
time,
like,
it's
like they'll use anything to try to implement that, whether that be like Islam, like the globalists aren't Islamic by nature, like, or but they'll use that to get their means.
yeah, but and I think that's a serious miscalculation because they don't understand how strong that movement is. And the reason why I say that is because you can go back to the Crusades and understand exactly what was going on. Those people were able to spread their territories around so huge that a crusade was called by Rome, as far as I know. And the Rome called the Eastern Church, from what I understand, and said, you know what? We're in trouble. And if you don't want to help us out, well, I guess that's the way it's going to be, but it's going to come to your doorstep. So, and that's what kind of kicked off the Crusades from something that I just watched maybe 3 days ago, right? I'm not a huge historian or anything like that, but to understand that that mentality that they have has survived until now, you know what they want to do. It's almost like a cancer that wants to grow and grow and grow. So I had somebody ask me, for example, on another channel that I like visiting, they said, who's the most biggest threat to the United States today? China, Russia, Islam. And I said, Islam. Islam is a threat to the entire world. And they'd probably love that. Hearing that, they're probably like, yeah, listen to that. We just got praised because we're the biggest threat. But you're a threat. I mean, I haven't read your book, but, you know, I know what it says because I watch the stations. You know what I'm saying? I get my news from the correct spots. I don't watch the TV. You know what I'm saying? So I know, because those people, you never know where they have their tentacles around the world. They can be pulling strings in Russia, China, anything. You never even know. I mean, because most of their countries, when you look at them, they're absolutely war torn, all of them, but they've been collecting money for the longest time from like United States. Various other countries are donating money to their causes, and the only thing it seems like they want to buy is weapons. They don't want to put up buildings that are really nice, whatever. Create a comfortable place for the people to live. Maybe they're funneling that to Saudi Arabia, and then Saudi Arabia is contacting all these other countries, or maybe it's Iran. Who knows? I don't know, but they have. I think they have the fingers everywhere.
I'm more along the lines of thinking now. I mean, my thinking could change. That the globalists are utilizing them like more so around the world than in America, in an effort to just get one accord, you know, one set of rules going. Like in Europe, it's great. It's they use Islam. I mean, like you can see it really taking root there, in where they use Islam as a battering ram, and they got Islam on lock. But in America, I think like right now, I mean, we're just getting at the end of like maybe the phase where they try to use hyper liberalism as that tool, and then like now they're trying to come up with the next plan. Who knows? Islam is part of that plan, like, but I just don't think it's gonna pop off. I think that we're living in the best land that God has ever conjured up. Everything you need is right beneath your feet here in America. Like, and I'm not saying that naively, like, but our like I mean like our weaponry kind of stops us from being overtaken like outright for now.
Yeah. And you're correct. I think it not only does it speak our weaponry, speaking in international space to where they know we have some serious capabilities, but it's not like the UK where they got disarmed. They don't even own guns over there. So, I mean, they have set themselves up for a complete takeover because
It's happened
they're
already. The UK's laws.
UK, well, they're not lost yet, but they're getting really close. The other side of it is, I would say that if you have a background, which I think you do, I'd look at Zechariah 5:1-5. To be honest, maybe write that down, maybe don't. Relook at the video because I'm sure you're about to drop off anyway. Zechariah 5:1-5 is basically saying God will put forth a curse on the land, and one side of it will be the thieves, and we know who Jesus called thieves. Okay, so then the other side will be false. What is it? False representatives or something like that. So I mean, you need to know who he is really, because if you're even claiming something like Islam, that's false. That's false. So there's one side of the page who is just a thief. The other side of the page is a false accuser. You don't want to be on any of those. You don't want to be in that book at all. But I hope anyone who's listening can understand that, and see what's going on. But it takes in a money driven world, it takes somebody to step away from their job, their whatever distractions they might have, to look into these things and be like, this is what the real game is. This is what it is actually about. And because you might be right. Maybe Islam is a tool that is being used by these globalists. And then there's another piece to it that would come over the top. And then it's almost like an antichrist system that would defeat all of the systems. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. It's an interesting thing to ponder. I don't really want to be here for that, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Nah,
saying,
you do want to be here for that, Dub. You
no.
you have to
Not
be
even
there for
close.
that. Like God may put you in the midst of that purposely, and like and we
No,
gotta
I
take
don't want. I don't want to be here for that. But that's why I'm trying to put out the warning now, though, right? I mean, you put it out beforehand, and then other
But
people
what if
might
you are
pick
here
it
for
up.
that? You can't just
Well, yeah, you got to be prepared for all situations. That's a
yeah.
fact.
And don't take
Yeah.
don't take the attitude of throwing up your hands under any circumstance. Even like in the COVID era, like how many people felt like, fuck it, I gotta take it. Like, I'm sorry, I cursed. There's no other avenue I have. And then like a week or two later, like, oh, no more mandate. So I mean, like, if the fighting spirit, like, which in America we're the kings of the fighting spirit, like, I mean, and we'll hopefully get back to that someday. Like, everything comes from here, and there's actually a way in which all this will be thwarted, which I'd have to tell you in a separate stream in the future. But
And I agree with what you're saying, because your topic, and it's the reason why I came forward and wanted to be on the stream, was the topic is talking about immigration, and it's like, it seems like you understand, although I don't. You're from are you from South America, was it
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico? Okay, so you're from Puerto Rico. I'd probably say I'm from, I don't know, I could be from like Scotland, but I do have Native American relatives, I believe. And the other gentleman was saying he's from Africa or whatever. So then, but if you don't identify as an American and realize that the things that you have to ask for have to be beneficial to the country, and if you're not asking for those things, you're probably going to sink the ship. So we all have to be on the same side. In other words, on things like reparations. That's a hard issue. Immigration. That's another hard issue. You know, this idea that a man can be a woman or something, whatever this idea is. There's too many of them to count almost now. We have probably like at least 8 solid issues that are like these issues we all have to agree on these, or else our country's going to crumble. And some people want to see it, but trust me, especially if you're the other guy, Mike, if you are saying that you own a house, wouldn't you want to stay more like close to safe, or do you want the whole thing to break down to where you might not own your house? You might not. Somebody might come get you, Mike. You know what I mean?
Nah, Mike's a good man though.
But I like him. I like him. He's smart. He's
no,
a smart guy.
And I said this story on my channel a couple times, but and people like would actually call me a liar when I said this story, which I have no reason to lie about it. But it was the week of Halloween, right before the election. You know, like the elections November 4th or whatever, and the week of Halloween. My friend from Brooklyn, his dad had passed away. He's a black dude. Most of my friends were black, like in Brooklyn. But I was part of a little crew that was mostly black too, like in Brooklyn. But one of those crew members, dad had died, so I went to his funeral, and one of the biggest revelations that ever happened to me at that funeral, because this is like right before the election, and the whole immigration issue, especially among black people in New York, was taking a 360. Like, I don't know if it was because of the failed assassination attempt, but it was more so because like a lot of people started noticing that like the new entries into New York City, like the immigrants, they were wilding out. Like they were doing crime. Like there was always a story about them doing something bad. And a lot of like so-called black people in New York were getting fed up with them. But I went to that funeral, and like my friends aren't conservative at all. Like none of the people that like that are part of my crew politically are conservative. They're like more vote Democrat. But in that funeral, every one of them except one was saying that I'm not with this shit no more. Like, you know, I'm voting for Trump. Like, you know, like these and they were mentioning everything that you and I would mention, like the whole like rainbow push. They were opposed to the immigration disaster that was landed in New York City. And all of them were like, you know, except one said no, but let me finish. But all of them except one said like, you know, we're not with this shit no more. Like, and you started seeing that in New York City. And mind you, this is 1 week before the election. And from that around that point and up until now, I started seeing it with a lot of like so-called black people, like where they started like being more vociferous about being anti-rainbow, being anti immigration. Like not all of them, but let's say 30%. And that 30% like made it cool, like to where everybody there could talk about it freely. Like nobody would say like normally a conversation like that, like 6 months before that, it's like somebody would have said, oh, like throwing some racism shit like up in the air, like some bullshit. But like we were there talking for like the better part of an hour, like, you know, and like up until we had to go into the funeral like ceremony. But that like right there like kind of like gave me hope in that shit. Like there's this small little population in New York that's switching it up, and now all of a sudden like the whole New York feels like now you could wear, like in New York you couldn't even walk around with a MAGA hat like right before that and like not face violence. Like in New York, if you talked about like, you know, I'm pro-Trump, you would have had people jumping on you, and like the people that may have supported Trump wouldn't say shit. Like, you know, like they'd stay quiet because they don't want to get involved. Like where like a little population of that changed, and like the whole New York changed, like in a sense, not all the way, but like a lot of it.
I mean, and you know, one of the things because I saw I watched a YouTube video about Trump, and I think it might have been the Trump Tower, and there was this, black lady who lived on the whatever 40th floor, and she was talking about him, and she said that he allowed her to live there for like 2 years. She would get flowers sent to her all the time, and it might have been more than 2. I think it might have been 5.
I know who you're talking
But
about. The one that was
yeah,
like living on the street.
I don't
Yeah,
remember
yeah.
the entire story, but it's like, man, come on. And people trying to accuse him of being a racist all of a sudden since he was a politician. But before that, everybody loved him. All these rap stars loved him and all this shit. Excuse my language again, sorry.
No, no.
But I think that another issue that doesn't get talked about too much, and I know why people don't want to really touch on these, is number one. I think abortion is a huge one because
It is.
you know how
It's the biggest
they're
one.
they're talking about how well, America can't, sustain its amount of kids that they're having and all this stuff. Well, yeah, we allow abortions like they're candy. I mean, that's stupid. And then and there is the argument for the other side of this coin, to where you agree with abortion, is that you're not going to be responsible for what you're doing sexually, and so therefore you agree with abortion. But the reality is if you're not, committed to whoever it is that you're having sex with, let's be honest, then you're not doing it correctly. You know what I'm saying? Like, we treat sex as if it's a game, and it shouldn't be that way, but it is. And I understand why it is that way. Trust me, I got plenty under my belt. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it.
But in the crux of the issue, though, like some people treat abortion like people that we don't see out in the open as if it's some great sacrificial victory. Really, really
Well,
evil people rejoice
okay.
at the
So
thought that
this is obvious. I think it probably comes down to people who are really pushing this are rich, because then they could just call her up the next day and go, you know what? Here, go to this spot over here. I'll pay. Or maybe back in the days it was the fact, but now they got pills, right? So who knows why they made those pills before they made the pills for any other diseases that are out there or whatever. But a rich person goes, has a one night stand. Next day calls her up, says, "Go to the doctor. I'll pay the $5,000," and I just don't want the kid. And all of a sudden, it became it's a piece of candy. Here you go. Just take this pill. We paid these doctors to figure it out, yet we can't figure out cancer over 70 years or whatever
no,
it is.
but
You
you
know what
gotta
I'm saying?
understand, Dub. Like they need the abortion, like not the women. I'm saying like the evil people of the world. There's a conclusion that I'm coming to recently. They need that as a driver for whatever they God they serve. You know, like
Yeah, no, I
they
agree. Yeah,
they
it's
probably like
population control, right?
do dances and bathe themselves like in fucking nastiness whenever one of
Yeah, I
them.
don't. Yeah, there's some shit out there that I don't want to hear about. Because
No, I know.
I mean,
But what if
I
that's
I am Christian.
what
I
if
am
that's
Christian, bro.
no, I'm not saying that as a good thing. I'm saying like what if that's the driver to anti-Christianism, or the
And
evils of
no,
the
that's
world.
what I'm saying. I don't want to hear about all that shit, because I am Christian, man. Like, I do read, and I don't want to understand why some of these things happen, because I don't need to. I hope I'm not here for when the shit goes down. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm just helping you from the sky, and God gives me a good job and be like, go fly around and, do whatever you got to do to help out whoever's down here still or whatever. I mean, I don't know. However it goes is what I'm saying. Because what
Yeah.
I just said is not true. But you know what I'm saying? It's just it's so complicated to try to understand what's actually going on right now. Um, but I do know that it's trying to move towards some kind of globalism, one world government, one world religion, something like that. That's what it's trying to move towards, and it's pretty obvious. But and everyone's got to hang in there. You know what I'm saying? Like
Definitely.
everyone just has to try to hang in there, but also push back. Don't be afraid to, bow your neck and be strong and be like, no, I've had enough with the man can be a woman and all this stuff. It's done with it, because actually that's worse. It sounds way worse than abortion, because abortion sounds way low on the scale, but it's not. It's just humans not being responsible for procreation, which is something that's beautiful in God's eyes. And you have to admit that. So then once you admit that, you're like, okay, well, yeah, I can check that box off. Like abortion's kind of stupid. Like it's just a bunch of rich people that decide that they don't want these kids with these chicks because they don't want to pay her whatever, monthly
Yeah, but
stipend of
I
15
don't know
grand.
if you've been to New
Go
York. I've seen this in other cities too. Like the clinics are usually in the hood too. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
But again, like I mean, and going back to a Bible thing before I dip off, but and I've heard this theory from a really really good channel that I watch. But he mentioned the fact that when Moses was in the desert and he went to the mountain and they created that fake god out of the gold and whatnot that they had on hand, the bull.
Yeah,
That,
the calf, yeah.
Yeah, the calf. That they made sacrifices onto it, and what they were likely sacrificing was the little ones, and that's probably what's happening at these clinics, like that's what
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't want to, you know what I mean?
No, I mean,
I don't
but to me, I think like I looked at it like very differently, and now I look at it in a completely different perspective, like in 2025, like, and that's why I'm so opposed to it. I used to be more liberal, like, oh, it's a woman's body, like, like, and it ultimately it is a broad's body, but it seems like everything's driving them towards, have sex, and if you got to get it taken care of, no big deal, like it's like a holy sacrament to the liberals, like, and
No,
I
it's
think that they
really
do it
it's
with
a
the purpose.
shame, dude. It's a shame because there's this a push towards people who are more prone to try to make money than they are understanding that you could have had 2 kids by now and everything was going to be fine. You don't need to worry about money. Just go have your kids. Everything's going to be fine. Trust in God. Boom. Don't trust in yourself. Oh, I need to go get this abortion, right? Because I'm not stable in my financial life. Well, I mean, you have parents, don't you? They can help you. Why are you gonna run to go get that when I'm not kidding. I'm pretty sure, if you're in that situation, that your dad would love to be grandpa. So don't beat yourself up. However it works out, it'll work out well. That's what I think. But I
Yeah.
don't know.
Nah, I mean, but again, like, we could all wake up and in a few years, like, this would be an entirely different conversation, like where a dude could have a regular little job and have a house, and the only thing he's thinking about is like, I got to get a woman in this house and fill this house with kids, like right now it's really hard for the young American man to think in that perspective. So like, then they make everything seem like it's all about having sex and like not having any strings attached.
Oh well, hi. I mean, that's kind of me. I mean, I didn't play it that way, but that's kind of how it turns out, right? I mean, I'm speaking from a lot of experience. I'm older than you are. I can tell. I think.
No, how old are you?
I'm 80s, bro.
Me too. I'm 80s too. I'm an old man, bro. Like,
Below. So I'm 80.
okay, you got a year on me then.
All right, cool. Yeah, we're from the
Yo,
same.
I don't know
No
if you
wonder why
remember
we
this
kind
show,
of
like,
get along a little bit
but
better.
this is the reason I got into politics. I think it was called DC Follies. It was with puppets. That they would do like political shit with puppets. In the this is when I was like 5 or 6. Like, they would do a political show. It was called either DC Follies or I forgot the name. I'll have it for you next time. But
No,
that's
but you already said though, you said you've been into politics since you were 6, so I don't have the same relate there to you, but we all know G.I. Joe and all these stupid probably TV shows that we could go through and be like, oh yeah, I remember that one. You know what I'm saying? It's all the same stuff. Yeah, but hey, I think we've had the same basic lifestyle, even though you're from New York and I'm from the other side. I'm from SF, so
yeah, I was just out there like right when COVID hit. I was actually in Monterey.
well, okay, there you go. Yeah.
Some
Nice
moron Asians were like sneezing without covering their mouths, and I got really, really sick. I caught COVID off the rip. I was pissing my ass. I lost like 20 pounds in like 3 days.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it was the first week of March.
Wow, man.
In 2020.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I love California the way it looks. I don't like California's politics. Most Californians are
NIMBYs, man.
Yeah, they
NIMBYs,
are.
man.
I hate NIMBYs too, and we have a lot
bunch
of
NIMBYs.
The boomers, especially, bro. Like the boomers, these dudes were like racist in the 90s, and now all of a sudden they're guilt tripping in 2025.
Yeah. See, but they're doing the pretend. It's the pretend mind fuck. Excuse my language, sorry, brother. But it's a mind screwing that they're trying to act as if they are these things, those things, the other thing. I'll tell you, okay. So I've once upon a couple of years ago, I lived in my van in the same area I grew up in, bro. So if anyone deserves to try to do a little van life experience, and I moved on to better things because I had better things in mind. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't poor, but I played the poor person, and my goodness, yep, I got my car smacked around a little bit, people harassing me, all kinds of stuff. And it just, they pretend like they are sympathetic towards the poor, but they're really not. You see? And I know that from firsthand experience. I'm not dumb, bro. I got college experience. I have college degree. I probably could have gotten a 4.0. I almost wanted to go into law school, but I couldn't make it, so I couldn't quite cut that. But I have a decent GPA, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not dumb. So, I mean, I get it. And yeah, I see right through all these fucking people because, excuse my language again, sorry. Yeah, some of them will just be like, what, you want to talk about Trump? I don't like you, and I want to actually harm you physically. I've seen it before in my face.
Yeah, in even in New York City, like I'm talking about Manhattan, New York. Like there's you could walk the whole New York City.
I've been to New York before too.
Like,
my mom was a flight attendant. Okay, so I've been to New York. I've never been. I don't think I went to Manhattan, but
yeah,
just to give you
Manhattan, New York, you don't get the feeling that you can't walk anywhere. Like like it's just you as you're traversing, you don't like get a inclination that this is like not cool. Like I can't walk here. Like unless it's like the hood. But since the liberal takeover that happened, like the whole like we're not gonna notice crime took over New York in the last like 10 years, like, you know, vagrancy and like outright crime like was allowed except for like the hyper liberal areas, like where the rich people live, like, and that's not like but a few feet from like the rest of New York City. Like there's certain parts of like if you sit on the stoop of a rich person's house, the cops are gonna be on your ass, and like either people with rainbow flags and, you know, like science lives
Yeah.
here, like, banners and all this
Yeah.
shit. They'll call the cops
See, but
on you with quickness. Like,
Yeah, but see, that's part of it is like this liberalism is being combined with Islamism and globalism, and you know, it's in my opinion, it's all being aimed at, well, there's two things. Let's say it's being a Christian and being a Jew, and that's what's going on, because it's both of those things that are the main factors that are playing, I think, in the world to even have this thing continue.
well, no, they're
If you,
anti-Christian and anti-American in my perspective. Like they, like, you know, they hate this land and they hate Christianism. I'm not here like, you know, couching for Christianism, but
yeah, I mean,
it
I
just
don't want to
seems like
bring that up too much because I know
no,
that
no,
like
but
certain
it's a
channels,
fact
you
though.
know what
Like
I'm saying?
they all like in these comedic routines, like it's always like a real emphasis on like if they go after any religion, they seem like very gun ho about like popping shots at like Jesus, like, and I'm again like I'm not, it's not my thing, but it's like the one religion that they're always like going after is Christendom, and the one country that they're like most gun ho to take down is the land that we live in now, you know, like, and you know, it's not like a bad, it's not bad to realize it, you know, like realizing it is like, you know where you got to stand. But yo, Dub, I got to take
Yeah,
off, my friend.
right
But
on, my friend. Yeah.
good looks for coming through, Dub. Anytime I'm on, like, you know, you're welcome to come through. Like, I actually rather have people on this channel than not have people on this channel.
Yeah, man. I hope it was entertaining for, and not only you and Mike, but whoever might have been listening, these kind of things, because there's a lot to talk about. You know what I mean? There's a lot to discuss, and I hope that the discussions are fruitful instead of, you know, trying to be so antagonistic towards each other. You know what I'm saying? So
Word up. All right, Dub
yeah,
Track. Happy Thanksgiving too, man. I hope you enjoy.
yeah. You too. Hey, happy Thanksgiving. God bless you and your family.
Likewise, bro. Stay up, man.